Counsel, please introduce themselves.
Martin Garbus, attorney for the defendant, along with Ed Ernstad.
Edward Ernstad, Frankfurt Garbus, attorney for the defendant.
Scott Cooper, Proskauer Rose, LLP, for the plaintiffs, and representing Ms. King in the deposition today.
Please swear the witness.
Jury's right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony about to give be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, self you got?
I do.
Let me just note for the record that we're starting a little after 2:30 today. The deposition had originally been arranged for 10 o'clock this morning, and when I spoke to Mr. Ernstad yesterday, he asked that we started at noon instead, given his travel schedule, and we were happy to accommodate him, especially with the understanding that we'd concluded a reasonable hour today. And this morning I received a phone call from Mr. Garbus asking that we move the deposition back further to a 2:30 start, which obviously we've done. I just want to note that I think that however long Mr. Garbus intends to go, we ought to conclude the deposition one way or the other at an early time, or at least a reasonable time, so as not to abuse the witness's willingness to accommodate counsel's schedule.
Can I copy that? Yeah. You gonna get it? Oh, I see.
The only thing I'd add to that is that you were perfectly.
Thank you.
You were content to change it to noon too. It satisfied everybody's schedule.
That's fine. I'm really addressing the later start. When I asked Mr. Garbus earlier today whether he would still conclude at 5:30, he said that he had no idea how long the deposition would go. My understanding is that he had a lunch appointment that he wanted to keep, and that's the reason for the later start. I just want to make sure that that in accommodating your schedules, that the witness isn't disadvantaged by the process.
All right, let me just say for the record that we received over the weekend several letters from Proskauer. Those letters required a response. As a result of that, we had to split up the work this morning. I had a conversation with Mr. Krulich at the Proskauer law firm. The lunch was about a witness being prepared for a deposition. A letter is being prepared, going out to the judge today. In the last 4 or 5 hours, I have spoken to Mr. Hart, Mr. Krulich, concerning those letters, and that's the sole reason for the delay.
It's different information. That's different information than you provided to me this morning, and it's different information than you put on the record this morning in the deposition.
We have different information. Now, Ms. King, you're going to be a witness in this case?
Yes.
And have you had any conversations with anyone about what your testimony will be?
No.
You know what your testimony will be.
I assume you mean to exclude any conversations with counsel, or do you mean...
No, with counsel. Have you had any conversations with counsel concerning what your testimony will be in this case?
Just that I'm going to be testifying.
About what?
Not really about the details of what I'll be testifying.
What do you think you're going to be testifying about?
Let's start the deposition in an appropriate tone, first of all, and secondly, I think the witness has just indicated that the only conversations she's had are with counsel. Are you seeking to intrude upon the substance of the communications with counsel?
I'm seeking to get the conversation she had with counsel concerning the subject of her testimony in this case.
Okay, then I'll instruct her not to answer in the attorney-client privilege.
Let me show you...
You seem to be interested only in that, so...
Only in what?
In obtaining the instruction based on the privilege.
Is the only conversation you had concerning your testimony in this case with lawyers at Proskauer?
Yes.
No conversation with anybody at Warner?
I told my supervisor that I would be testifying in this case.
And did you and she discuss what you would be testifying to, Ms. King?
He and I did not.
So, did you look at any Warner records before you came here?
Just the normal course of my business day.
Are you familiar with a Warner study that deals with the effect of downloading materially on the internet and the effect of that downloading on the ultimate price of Warner product, whether it be audio or movie?
Assumes facts, not evidence. Are you asserting that such a study exists, or are you asking whether such a study exists?
Not to answer?
I'm asking you which the question is.
Do you understand the question? if that's what we're going to do in the deposition, we'll get a ruling before the judge.
Let's do
Ms.
that.
King, do you understand the question?
Let me make my position clear.
Mhm.
If you assert facts that are untrue in order to intentionally mislead this witness, you will get objections for it.
Thank you. Do you understand the question?
Could you repeat the question?
Please repeat the question.
Question, are you familiar with a Warner study that deals with the effect of downloading material on the internet and the effect of that downloading on the ultimate price of Warner product, whether it be audio or movie?
No.
Have you ever previously today, one way or another, heard whether or not Warner in the last 10 years did not prepare a study on the effect of downloading illegal materials, whether it be audio or DVDs, on the internet?
Ambiguous. Assumes facts, not evidence.
No.
Are you a lawyer?
Yes.
How long have you been a lawyer?
Since 1984.
And what have you done prior to the time you came to Warner?
As a lawyer, I first worked for Rosenfeld, Meyer and Sussman from 1984 to 1987. I worked for 20th Century Fox from 1987 to 1990, and I've been at Warner since 1980.
And do you know what the term Linux means?
Yes,
Tell me.
it's an open operating system. I'm not a
You know anything
technical
else?
expert.
Have you written any internal memos at Warner relating to Linux?
No,
Your name is Marsha King.
yes.
And who is Lewis?
Lewis who?
That's all the name says is Lewis, L-E-W-I-S.
If you're talking about someone I work with, that could be Louis Ostrover.
And who is Louis Ostrover?
Louis Ostrover is an executive at Warner Home Video who deals with new media.
Have you ever seen a testimony of Dean Marks that was submitted to the DMCA hearing at Stanford in May of 2000?
I saw it.
And do you recall whether or not that deals with Linux?
To the best of my recollection, he said something about Linux.
And did you advise, he being Mr. Ostrom or Mr. Marks?
Excuse me, I don't understand the question.
You say he said something about Linux. Who are we talking about? Dean
Mr. Marks.
And did you advise Mr. Ostrower, quote, that accordingly to Dean, the Copyright Office was considering passing an exception for circumvention of DVD based on the Linux operating system? Have you heard that sentence before?
Are you quoting a document, or
Yes,
are you
I
asking
am.
to test the witness's memory?
I'm
as to
asking whether
it's in
you
the
ever wrote a document that had that sentence. Did you understand that to be my question? Or were you confused?
I was confused.
Okay. Did you ever write a document which has the following sentence? According, Dean, the Copyright Office was considering passing an exception for circumvention of DVD based on the Linux operating system. Did you ever write that sentence?
I could have written that sentence.
And tell me what that exception was.
You're asking the witness now, after having already testified she didn't have a memory of it, to interpret a document you've not placed before.
That's right.
Oh, and I think that's intentionally attempting to mislead the
Go ahead,
witness.
Ms. Kim.
Okay, now I forgot the question.
Read it again to the witness.
Question. And tell me what that sentence was.
Document speaks for itself.
Direct the witness not to answer?
No, I made an objection.
Go ahead, ma'am. You confused?
Yes.
Can we mark as an exhibit the affidavit of Ms. King? Now, Ms. King, you say you first learned at paragraph 2 of the DECSD encryption utility in and around late 1999. Is that right?
Yes.
Had you learned at any time prior to 1999 that there were utilities that had, quote, cracked CSS?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
No.
Had you ever prior to 1999 ever seen on the internet any DVD movies?
Ambiguous.
No.
Had you ever previously seen a movie on the internet prior to January 1st, 2000?
I had not seen a movie on the internet
Have
prior
you,
to that time.
have you since then seen a movie on the internet?
I've never seen a full movie on the internet.
You ever seen part of a movie on the internet?
Yes.
And did that have anything to do with this case?
Indirectly.
How?
Well, we're always looking at what's available on the internet, and does it have anything to do with the hack of our DVDs?
And did you make any determination about whether what you saw on the internet had anything to do with the hack of your DVDs?
From what I've heard from my technical people,
No, what you saw. I'm asking what you saw.
You're asking whether she drew the conclusion and you're
Yes.
seeking to exclude
no,
any information
The
she
information
has.
you have came in from third parties.
that's correct.
Who were the third parties?
Louis Ostrover, Chris Cookson, our technical people at Warner Brothers.
So let me see if I understand it. Did you actually see a movie that they then told you something about, or they saw movies and told you something about that?
Well, there hasn't been a lot of discussion about this, but for example, I've seen portions of The Matrix, which is one of our movies, what it looks like downloaded from the internet
And where did you see that?
in our offices.
Did you see any other movies other than The Matrix?
No,
Is that the one that you had the conversation with Mr. Ostrower about?
I don't think I had a conversation with Mr. Ostrover. It's a V in his name, Ostrover.
How about Mr. Marks?
I didn't have a conversation with Mr.
Did you
Moore.
make any notes on your watching of The Matrix?
No,
When did you watch The Matrix?
just last week.
Do you know what the compression factor was on The Matrix, if
No.
any?
No,
Do you know what the source of the hack was, if any?
no,
Do you know where the Matrix film that you saw came from?
I don't remember.
Did it come from an open file source on the internet?
I don't remember.
Did you download it?
No,
How much of it did you watch?
just a minute.
And did you notice the quality of the film?
Yes,
And what was the quality of the film?
it looked quite good.
And when you say it looked quite good, did it look better or worse than a video?
Meaning a VHS?
Yes.
Looked better to me.
And do you know whether or not, withdrawn, do you know who sent that Matrix out so that you could watch it on your machine?
No,
You don't know the source of it.
no.
Did you make any inquiries to the source of it?
It may have been discussed, but I don't remember.
Now, you say that your second sentence. When, by the way, do you know was DECSS first posted?
I'm sorry, is that a reference to the second sentence of paragraph 2?
Yes.
When did I know that CSS?
When did you learn for the first time that there had been a posting of DECSS?
In an MPAA conference call.
When was that?
I believe it was in October of 1999.
When in October?
I don't remember.
Did you make any notes of that?
I probably did.
Do you have those notes with you here today?
No, I don't.
Would you produce them, Mr. Cooper?
If there are any notes that were involved and they were called for by the document request, I'm sure that they've already been dealt with in the process we've been dealing with over the last few weeks.
That's inaccurate, but we'll save that for a later time. Were these notes hand notes or email notes?
It assumes facts not in evidence. The witnesses said that she supposes she might have created them. Now you're
What do you
asking for
suppose you did,
detail.
Miss King?
Do you suppose you did handwritten notes? Do you suppose you did email? Do you suppose you wrote it on envelopes? Or do you suppose you wrote it on legal briefs?
Go ahead. I just want you to let him answer his ask his questions, and then you can answer them, but don't interrupt each other.
Do you understand your lawyer's direction?
Yes.
There's another lawyer joining us, and Mr. Weinglass,
Correct.
representing the defendants. Now, go ahead, Ms. King.
I suppose I either hand wrote it or I typed it into my computer.
And is that on your hard drive?
If I typed it into my computer, it would be.
And where is your hard drive now?
But I doubt that I did back in October because I've just recently become proficient with the computer.
So do you have any
Probably
sense?
handwritten,
Okay.
if I took notes.
And when you say it's handwritten,
Mhm.
if you took notes, do you know whether it's been produced to the defendants in this case?
I know that these files regarding this case were provided to counsel
When?
during the discovery period.
When?
A few weeks ago.
Prior to June?
I can't remember the exact date, but they went through my files.
Prior to May 1st?
I don't think so.
Prior to June 1st?
I can't recall. It was a few weeks ago.
Who was present when you were at this conversation? Withdrawn. Who was present on the conversation with you from the MPAA?
I'm talking now again in the late 99 period?
Yes. It's the only conversation she's testified to thus far. Ms. King, did I miss something? Did you testify about a different conversation with the MPAA?
Argumentative. Your question didn't explicitly ask for the conversation at the MPAA. You bounced from two different subjects.
No, it did so. Ms. King, who did you speak to when you spoke to the MPAA for the first time about DECSS?
It's hard for me to know exactly who was on the call because there were a lot of calls during that time period. I mean, a lot of calls. So on the very first call, I don't know. It would be a guess, but there would have been member. You asked who from the MPAA? Probably Mark Litvak, maybe Fritz Attaway, Rick Hirsch.
Who originated the call?
I believe the MPAA originated the call.
And who else was on the call besides representatives of the MPAA?
Representatives from the other studios, lawyers from the other studios.
Which other studios?
Universal, Paramount, Disney, Fox, MGM.
Do you know what DivX is?
Asked and answered. No, I withdraw that. You asked about Linux. Sorry.
Mr. Cooper, what do you want to do with the deposition? Do you want to go ahead with the deposition or not? Do you know what DivX is?
Generally, yes.
Tell me what it is.
It's a system that compresses data and makes it more accessible to a consumer.
When you saw The Matrix, had it been compressed through DivX?
I don't know.
Did you have any discussion about whether it had been compressed through DivX?
No, we didn't.
Give me the names of the other people on the phone conversation. Can you tell me when that was, by the way, and which week of October? Last week, first week?
I really don't.
How do you place it in October rather than November?
Because I know that I found out about the hack of CSS in October, and that's when I found out through the MPAA.
And do you know who hacked the CSS?
Do I know?
Yes.
I believe that it was a young gentleman in Norway.
And do you know if it was done for the Livid system, or the Linux system, or the Livid group?
Could you ask that again?
Do you know what the purpose of the hack was?
No.
Did you know at some? Did you learn at some time?
Let the witness answer the question, please.
Did you learn at some time?
Mr. Garbus, are you going to let her complete
Did you not
her question?
finish?
I didn't.
It was
finish.
obvious that she
Good,
hadn't
tell me.
finished.
No, other than to copy our movies.
And which of your movies were copied? that you learned in October by DECSS?
I didn't learn of any particular titles of movies.
Have you, as of today, learned of one movie of Warner's that's been copied through DECSS? That's a yes or no.
No, it's not. The question is the question. The witness
let
will
me-
answer it any appropriate way.
Then let me phrase the question again. Can you please answer yes or no, whether as you sit here today, you know of one movie of Warner's that has had DECSS applied to it?
I personally don't.
Does anybody at Warner's know of one single Warner's movie that has had DECSS applied to it?
The people I've talked to at Warner.
Who?
Let her answer the questions, Mr.
technical
Garbus, or
people.
we will call the judge.
Go ahead.
Have told us and showed us that the quality of the movies that are posted now has gotten better and better, and that before the hack, I mean, it's perceptible that you can perceive that these are decrypted DVD movies rather than DVDs made from some master, a VCD master, or a Laserdisc master. So we believe that that these are coming from DCSS. I don't know if they know for sure. I've never been told that.
Have you ever seen a Warner document which indicates that any one movie that any Warner person ever saw came from a DECSS hack?
I have not seen a document that says.
Has any person at Warner's ever identified to you one single movie that they have ever seen that has come from a DECSS hack?
Please lower your voice, Mr. Garbus. It's not necessary to shout at the witness.
They haven't identified it as such, no.
Now, we have a substantial amount of documents from your file. Have you ever seen a document in your file or in the Warner's file that ever identifies one movie, one single movie, ever having come from a DECSS hack?
Asked and answered.
Go ahead, Ms. King.
That's the same question you just asked her.
I thought it was different. Did you understand it to be the same question?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a record from any other movie studio which indicates that any other movie studio ever has a record of any one film?
I don't have records from any of the other studios.
Have you ever spoken to other people
Mr.
at other
Garbus,
movie
please
studios?
lower your voice and take on a less aggressive stance with the witness.
I would if you would stop making objections.
That's my job. I make
No, it isn't.
objections
Not the
to
way you
your-
make objections.
to your incorrect form of questions, and I will make objection to your hostile tone to the witness.
Miss King, have you ever spoken to anybody at any movie studio in the United States, Asia, or Europe who has ever told you that any one film has ever been transmitted over the internet due to a DECSS hack?
I've never had a conversation like that.
Have you ever asked anybody?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know of one film that anyone, whether it be the MPAA or anybody in the movie studios, claim came through a DECSS hack?
Read back the question, please.
Question is, you sit here today, do you know of one film that anyone, whether it be the MPAA or anybody in the movie studios, claim came through a DCSS hack?
Ambiguous.
Can you answer the question?
I think she already has. Go ahead.
It's the same answer that I gave before.
Who told you that there were copies that appeared to be DECSS copies?
We only know that the quality of the we have not been able to trace it back to DCSS definitively. I know people are working on that, but
Is it fair to state that no one at this point has ever told you that any copy that they ever saw specifically came from a DECSS hack?
I will ask again, Mr. Garbus, that you stop interrupting the witness's answers. That last answer, you cut her off when she was in the middle of a sentence. I also would appreciate it if you would take a less hostile tone. We can interrupt the deposition to call the judge. I have no intention of doing so unless you make it absolutely necessary. But please, allow the witness to answer your questions.
Ms. King, can you please answer the last question?
Would you read it back, please?
Question, is it fair to state that no one at this point has ever told you that any copy that they ever saw specifically came from a DCSS hack?
People have said that the quality of the internet copies they're getting leads them to believe it came from a decrypted DVD.
Who and when? Excuse me, pardon me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to apologize. I mean to apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
They haven't said that they know that definitively, but that's what they've said. The quality looks like it's a decrypted DVD rather than some other source, which is what I said before. They have not said we are absolutely positive this came from a DCSS decryption.
Is it your understanding that the only kinds of de-encrypted movies that are on the internet are de-encrypted through DCSS?
No.
Do you know what the other ways are of de-encrypting movies?
I know there's something called a DVD ripper.
How long has that been around?
I don't know, for about maybe the last 6-7 months.
Do you know that that was around in 1998?
No, I didn't.
Did you know that it was around in 1996?
No.
Is it your understanding that the first time there have been ever de-encrypted movies transferred on the internet is since the DECSS hack was first posted in October?
Check to the form. Good answer. It's an objection to the form of the question.
Yes. I think it's yes.
Good. So that prior to October, there had never been, so far as you know, a movie transmitted over the internet as a result of a de-encryption.
Of a de-encryption of DVD?
Yes.
As far as I know.
So that, and who told you that?
No one told me that. We get information on piracy, and it's from my own knowledge of just reading things.
And to your knowledge, was that also based on the conversations that you had with the people, the movie studios, the first time that they ever learned that a de-encrypted DVD had been put out over the internet?
Yes.
So according to your testimony and the conversations that you've had with the movie studios, the first time that a movie was ever put out in de-encrypted form over the internet was after the posting of the DECSS hack. Is that right?
Well, I'm trying to answer you specifically.
Thank you.
There were pictures on the internet, but you could do them with a camcorder from a theater. You know what I'm saying? And those are decrypted because they never were encrypted. So to be straight about this, you can take them from a Laserdisc, you can take them from a VHS. So there are lots of quality differences, you know, with camcorders and VHS copies and VCD copies as opposed to a DVD copy. It wasn't the first time we knew that movies were on the internet, but it was the first time that at least we suspected that decrypted DVD movies were being put up on the internet.
Have you ever seen...
Or being sent from person to person.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you know what... do you know if any movies were sent over the internet with the use of a power ripper at any time in 1978, 1989, 1998, and 1999?
No.
Do you know of file sharing of movies presently on the internet?
I've heard that it's possible, but I don't know particularly of a widespread file sharing yet.
Now, who are the people at the studios who told you about DECS being used to transmit movies, who said they had seen movies since October that were DECSS originated? If anyone.
That mischaracterizes her testimony.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, they don't know if they're DECSS originated. That's what I said before. I mean, no one has said that. So.
Have they told you any other information about where it's originated from?
No.
Prior to testifying here today, did you know that DECSS was the issue in this case?
Yes.
Did you, prior to testifying today, ask one single human being whether or not they had ever determined that one single film or one single minute of one single film had ever been transmitted over the internet that had been de-encrypted by DECSS?
I haven't been involved in the conversations on this subject.
Can I please get a yes or no?
No.
She just
Thank
did
you.
give you an answer.
You're right, she did. Now, tell me the conversation that you had the first time that you heard about the posting of DECSS. The substance of the conversation, what you said, what the people at the movie studio said, and what the people at the MPAA said.
The witnesses testified that the first conversation she had was between her, counsel for the MPAA, and counsel for the member companies. And in that respect, the conversation is protected by the attorney-client privilege, and I instruct her not to answer.
Did you make a memo of that conversation?
Asked and answered.
Did you ever see anyone else's memo of that conversation?
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Did you ever see Mr. Schumann's report?
Assumes facts, not in evidence. You're talking
Were
about...
you directing the witness not to answer?
I haven't, other than the one on privilege. You're asking about Robert Schumann.
Did you ever hear the name Robert Schumann?
It sounds familiar.
Did you read the affidavits in this case?
No, only mine.
Never read any other affidavit?
No.
Did you ever learn that the MPAA had ever hired an expert in this case?
Yes.
What was the expert's name?
I don't know.
Did you ever see a declaration made by Mr. Schumann?
No.
Now, after the first conversation, by the way, how long did the first conversation take?
An hour, maybe an hour and a half.
What happened next?
Ambiguous.
Do you understand the question, Ms. King?
Yes.
What do you understand the question to be?
What happened after the first phone call?
Are you okay, Mr. Cooper?
I'm always okay,
Thank
Mr.
you. Can you
Garbus.
answer the question, Ms. King?
I think that we decided there were discussions on sending out cease and desist letters, finding out where the
I don't want you to talk about the substance
Oh,
of
okay.
communications. Mr. Garbus has asked what happened next.
Oh,
It's
okay.
important not to intrude on the substance of privileged communications.
I'm sorry. I think another phone call was set up.
Can you tell me how long after the first phone call?
I don't remember, but
Just to be arbitrary, but just to have some kind of schedule. Let's assume the first phone call is about October 15th, recognizing you haven't said it's October 15th.
I think it was
And-
within the same week.
Thank you. So, within 7 days after the first time, you have a second conversation. And who do you have the conversation with?
The same people, the same group of people.
Prior to that time, do you see any reports or any studies, or do you look at any DVD movies of any kind?
No.
Tell me about the second conversation.
What do you want? The substance? The people involved? How long it
Both.
took? Well, let's take it a step at a time so I can make appropriate objections.
Okay, the people involved are basically the same group of people. I mean, more people joined from the studios depending upon who they needed in terms of counsel or whatever. And it may have been different people from the MPA, but it's generally the same people.
Do you know when the defendant in this case first posted DECSS?
I don't know the exact date.
Do you know if it was November or December of 1999?
I thought it was earlier than that.
When did you think it was?
I thought it was October.
I see. So were you told by someone that the defendant in this case posted it in October?
No, that's just a thought, because that's when all the conversations started, and
Was the defendant's name mentioned in the first conversations?
no.
Do you know how many postings there had been the time of the first conversation with the MPAA?
I don't remember.
Do you know if it was more or less than 200 prior to November 1st?
I don't remember.
Did anyone tell you how many downloads had been made in October from the DECSS postings?
No, but I do remember there were a lot of them, because when we did finally get a list, it went on for quite a bit.
And this
Pages.
pages of downloading.
Ambiguous.
Do you understand the question?
Pages of sites.
Yes. You understood that question?
Yes.
Did you download the name of sites?
Did I download the name
Did
of
someone
sites?
at the MPAA download the name of sites? Or someone at Warner's?
I
Or
don't-
someone at the movie studios?
Let him ask his questions so that you don't intrude on his questions, and then
Okay.
he'll give you the same courtesy and response.
Don't bet on it.
I don't know that they downloaded them. I don't know how they got the list. All I know is that I got a list.
Do you know how that list was created?
It would have to be a guess.
Don't guess. Answer questions based on fact.
No.
Give me your best estimate.
Give him information. Now he's asking it with using a different word for a guess. You're not here to guess.
I don't know.
You know this isn't an estimate to guess, Miss King. Did you go to college?
Argumentative.
Did you go to college?
Yes.
Did you go to law school?
Yes.
You know the difference between words estimate and guess? Are they different words?
Yes.
Can you give me your best estimate?
Lex Foundation.
Were there more or less than 1,000 downloads of that which had been posted prior to November 1st, 1999?
Lex Foundation.
I don't know about any downloading. All I know is that I received a list. I don't think it was more than 1,000, and that's all I know. I don't know how they got it. I don't remember that.
Did you get a copy of the list?
Yes,
Where did it come from?
from the MPAA.
Now, did that list contain sites only in the United States?
I don't think so.
How many of the sites were from outside the United States?
I don't remember.
Did you learn that DECS had been posted outside of the United States?
I don't remember.
Getting to the use of the word now, download. Do you know what that word means?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that in October, any users of computers had downloaded DECSS from any of the sites that it had been on?
I don't remember if anyone told me that or not.
Did you understand that people had downloaded DECSS?
Yes.
How many people?
I don't know.
Where had they been downloaded?
I don't know.
From which sites?
I don't know.
More or less than 30,000 downloads.
Calls for speculation.
I don't know.
Does Warner's or any of the other movie studios, to your knowledge, or the MPAA, have any record of the number of downloads in October of DECSS?
I'm pretty sure Warner does not. I don't know about the other studios, and I was never told by the MPA that they had that information.
Has anyone ever told you that one single person used DECSS up until today to download a DVD and then sell a copy of the film that had been downloaded?
No one's told me that.
Has anyone ever told you, Miss King, that there has ever been an illegal copying of a DVD through the use of DECSS? And if so, who told you that? Which film? When did you have that conversation? And where did you have that conversation?
Compound. Would you read back the question, please?
Do you understand the question, Miss King? You don't.
There was a lot of different questions.
I see. Let's read it back to the witness and just answer it the best way you can. Please, Miss King.
Question, has anyone ever told you, Ms. King, that there has ever been an illegal copying of a DVD through the use of DCSS? And if so, who told you that? Which film? When did you have that conversation, and where did you have that conversation?
I think I've already answered this question.
Is the answer no?
The answer is that I've been told that the quality of films we're seeing has gotten to be DVD quality, which looks like it comes from a decrypted DVD.
But you were not told.
No. Mr. Garbus, please allow the witness to answer your questions and stop interrupting her.
Go ahead, Ms. King.
And there's been speculation that it's DCSS. I do not know for a fact whether it was, and I do not have names of movies or people or all the other questions you asked within that question.
Thank you. And who gave you that speculation?
Asked and answered.
Go ahead, Ms. King.
This is all coming from technical people within Warner Brothers.
Which technical person at Warner Brothers told you that there was a speculation that any particular film at any time had ever gone out on the internet as a result of DECSS?
No one has told me exactly what you just said.
Okay, now let's break it down, Miss King. Who at Warner Brothers ever told you that they ever saw a DVD film on the internet that had come from DECSS?
Asked and answered.
Go ahead, Ms. King.
No one ever said exactly what you're stating.
Well, what did they say to you? You used the word speculation. What word did they use? And did you make notes of that conversation?
No.
Complex and compound. Go ahead.
No, I didn't make notes of the conversation, and I don't remember their exact wording.
And when was this told to you?
I've had these conversations, within the last month,
And as executive vice president of
Please
Warner,
let her
did you
answer
finish
your
answer?
question. She obviously hadn't
Had
answered.
you
She was in
finished
the
your
middle of
answer?
a
quality
sentence.
is getting better and better.
But you don't know the source of the quality, is that right?
That's
Or the source of the DVD, is that right?
Counsel, please make your tone civil. Stop browbeating the witness and let her answer your questions.
Go ahead, ma'am.
That's correct.
Now, you are the executive vice president of Warner Home Video, is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever conducted any study to determine the source of these films on the internet that are allegedly made as a result of illegal copying?
I don't know of any such study right now.
Do you know if any movie studio has ever made any such study?
No.
Do you know, meaning you don't know, or they haven't?
No, meaning I don't know.
Do you know if the MPAA has ever made any such study?
I know that the MPAA is studying this.
And have you ever seen a study that they have performed?
No.
A piece of paper.
No.
Who had told you that the MPAA was studying this?
The MPAA.
Who? Was it a human being?
Argumentative.
I'm not on all of these calls anymore. It's not part of my normal position. So I've been on calls with various different people. I know I've heard that they and their outside counsel are studying this.
Now, when you speak on the phone to somebody, do you know that person's name?
Yes, it might be Mark Litvack that was telling me this.
When did you have this conversation with Mark Litvack?
Don't go into the substance of communications with counsel, whether on this or another topic. Okay? Go ahead.
But you were told, without telling me who told you, that there was studies at the MPAA about the extent to which DECSS has been used to transmit movies over the internet.
Mischaracterizes
Is that right?
witness's testimony.
I know they're studying DCSS.
Have you ever seen any pieces of paper relating to any of these studies?
Asked and answered.
Not that I remember.
Are you the person at Warner Brothers or Warner Home Video or Times Warner who deals primarily with the MPA concerning piracy, DECSS, or illegal copying?
No.
Compound.
Who is?
It's compound, different people.
Who?
What would you like me to answer?
With respect to piracy, who is the person at Warner Home Video who is primarily in charge of that?
Warner Home Video doesn't handle piracy directly. We handle it through Warner Brothers, and the people responsible are David Kaplan and Jeremy Williams.
Now, have you ever had any conversation? Are they lawyers?
Yes, they are.
Have you had any conversations with them concerning DECSS?
You can answer the question generally on the topic.
Yes.
Have any of them ever told you that they ever determined that one single film was ever copied through the use of DECSS and then shown on the internet?
Object on the basis of the attorney-client privilege.
Go ahead,
and
ma'am.
instruct the witness not to answer.
Have you ever seen any projections withdrawn? Has Warner Brothers made any studies?
What, Mr. Hurst? Okay. Where were we? Question, has Warner Brothers made any studies?
Relating to any potential future use of DECSS over the next 5 years.
No.
Have you ever seen any studies by Warner Brothers concerning any potential loss of revenues as a result of DECSS over the next 5 years?
Could you read the question back?
Question, have you ever seen any studies by Warner Brothers concerning any potential loss of revenues as a result of DCSS over the next 5 years?
I haven't seen any studies.
Have you ever seen any studies by anyone at the MPAA concerning any future potential loss or any potential future use of DECSS to decrypt DVDs over the internet?
Can I go back to the prior question?
No.
You have a lawyer, and your lawyer can straighten out anything you want. Right now, just try and answer my questions.
And let's read back the last question, please.
Question, have you ever seen any studies by anyone at the MPAA concerning any future potential loss or any potential future use of DCSS to decrypt DVDs over the internet?
I haven't seen any studies. However,
I want you to be very careful because the attorney-client privilege is implicated in this. It's best for you to answer yes or no until we determine whether the information you might add to that is privileged. You understand?
okay. No.
You start a sentence with however. You want to finish that sentence or not?
Yes.
Finish it.
However,
Can she answer, Mr. Cooper?
Yes, I've already admonished the
Mr.
witness
King. Go
not
ahead.
to reveal attorney-client communications.
right. When you asked about Warner Brothers, in terms of the risks, when we do an analysis of our business, one of the risks is the risk of piracy and internet transmission. So although it's not a study, it is constantly listed as and brought to bear as a tremendous risk to our company.
And these are written studies.
It's not a study, it's just a statement.
And have you ever, when you say it's a statement, have you ever seen any written statements from Warner Brothers or any of the other 8 plaintiffs or the MPAA that in any way address the question of the future loss as a result of DECSS? Specifically,
No.
have you ever seen any study by anybody, any expert hired by the MPAA, any movie studio, any third party that indicates there will be any loss at all whatsoever for the next 10 years from the use of DECSS?
I haven't seen anything from the studios. I'm not privy to their internal documents. I haven't been participating in the phone calls with the MPAA, nor reading most of the materials since early on, maybe January, where I moved away from the case. Warner, although not doing studies, has flagged these issues as extremely important and written about the importance of digital rights management, including things like DCSS in our future business.
So you have seen written reports from Warners that specifically relate to DECSS, among other things.
It may not be broken out like that, but the
Let me
issue
ask you a
of-
question,
Please-
Ms. King, and
please
let's make
let
it
her
clear.
answer the
I would like an
questions.
answer to my last question. And if
Counsel?
you want, I'll repeat it.
Sure.
Have you ever seen a report done by anyone, anywhere, that specifically talks about DECS, specifically DECSS,
Okay.
as
now,
leading
we will
to the
now
loss,
suspend the deposition and call
as
the judge.
leading, as
Mr.
leading-
Garbus, stop pounding the table, shouting at my witness and interrupting
I'm
her,
not shouting
or we
at your
will
witness.
suspend this deposition.
I'm not shouting you. I'm trying to get an answer to a question that you don't want her to answer.
Let's call the judge
I'll now do it in a quiet voice.
No, Mr. Garbus, we will call the judge and replay that last piece of this videotape now for the judge. Unless you promise me that that will be the last episode of browbeating this witness, pounding the table, and screaming at her.
That will be the last episode. Can you tell me of one study that you have ever seen anywhere, created by anybody? A movie studio? The MPAA? Warners? A third party? An expert that specifically says that DECSS at any time in the next 10 years will lead to any copying or the loss of a single penny by a movie studio?
Read back the question, please.
Question, can you tell me of one study that you have ever seen anywhere created by anybody, a movie studio, the MPAA, Warners, a third party, an expert, that specifically says that DCSS at any time in the next 10 years will lead to any copying or the loss of a single penny by a movie studio?
Yes,
Where?
I've seen it in the papers for this trial. I've seen it in documents we produced to show the importance of what we call digital rights management.
Other than the documents produced, withdraw. Which document in this case specifically says that a single penny will be lost in the next 10 years through the use of DECSS?
Read back the question, please.
Question, which document in this case specifically says that a single penny will be lost in the next 10 years through the use of DCSS?
I don't know the documents in particular. I read the complaint, and I read the judge's opinion, and I read just a few of the documents in the case, not all of them, certainly. But from what I read and from what I truly believe, there would be great harm to us.
Through DECSS.
Through DECSS.
Now, tell me, you mentioned the documents in the case. Tell me one document in the case that you have seen that specifically says, if it does, that a particular movie was ever transmitted on the internet through DECSS.
I don't remember reading that.
Putting aside the complaint now, and putting aside the judge's opinion, which other affidavits have you read in this case?
Just mine.
Excuse me?
Let's take it a step at a time.
Okay.
Let him make his questions. I'll make my objections. Then you answer.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
You've started. You can go ahead and finish what you were starting to say.
I forgot what I was saying.
Would you like
I
me to
haven't
have
read
the question
any
read to you
affidavits
again?
other than mine.
That's what you said in the beginning.
Yes.
Now, is there anything in your affidavit that says there was ever a specific film ever sent out over the internet through DECSS?
That's not in my affidavit.
Does your affidavit say that a specific penny was ever lost through the transmission of DECSS?
Just that the injury would be immediate and irreparable.
Do you understand English, Miss King? Is there any one specific statement in your affidavit, which I understand is the only affidavit you read in this case, or if you read other affidavits, or in the judge's opinion, or in the complaint, that says that as of today, any particular movie was ever sent out over the internet that was de-encrypted by DECSS?
Do not start answering his question until he's done, and then I'd like to make an objection. Mr. Garbus, that's insulting and argumentative. She understands English. She's speaking to you in English. I would appreciate it if you would stop taking that kind of approach to the questioning. And then we'll take a break after the witness answers this question. Would you read back the question, please?
Let me phrase the question differently. In your affidavit, or in any affidavit, or in any document you have ever seen in this case, or in any document you have ever seen anywhere in your life, have you ever seen one single claim that DECSS was used to transmit a movie over the internet, and that anybody lost a nickel as a result of that DECSS, and if I'm getting too complex, I'll break it down, that a single penny was ever lost by anybody because of the transmission of a de-encrypted movie, de-encrypted through DECSS?
Asked and answered.
It's very difficult to remember every document I've ever seen in my whole life, but it is inevitable after what's happening in the marketplace today. Since we filed this lawsuit and we know about Napster and Nutella and Freenet and all the other ways in which you could transfer information over the internet, that if you have a perfectly clear decrypted copy of a DVD, that it would be sent from one person to another. Inevitable. So, if I've never seen it in a document, I've certainly heard it discussed as to the potential harm.
So, Can we have you said we could finish the question. Can we have the question reread to the witness? And can I ask you if your answer is no?
Question in your affidavit or in any affidavit or in any document you have ever seen in this case or in any document you have ever seen anywhere in your life, have you ever seen one single claim that DCSS was used to transmit a movie over the internet and that anybody lost a nickel as a result of that DCSS and if I'm getting too complex, I'll break it down, that a single penny was ever lost by anybody because of the transmission of a de-encrypted movie, de-encrypted through DCSS?
Asked and answered. She's responded to that question.
Is your answer to that question no, Ms. King?
She's answered the question.
I'd like to break up the past, the present, and the future. That question was directed at the past. We will get to the present, and we will get to the future. Could you answer that question with respect to the past? We will get into the question of what is inevitable. We will get into the question of broadband. I'm now talking about the past as of now. Can you read that question back to the witness? You'll have plenty of opportunity to answer with respect to the present and the future. I'm now talking about, as of today, what you have seen. Shall I frame the question to you again?
Please do.
Have you, as of today, ever seen any document anywhere that says any of the following three things: that 1 penny has been lost as a result of a DECSS de-encrypted DVD; 2, that any particular DVD movie has been transmitted over the internet; 3, that there has ever been an illegal copying of any DVD movie, specifically by DECSS. I'm talking about as of 3:35 today.
I have not seen any documents that relate to a specific movie. I have seen documents that say that there's a great possibility of the loss we're experiencing due to this hack.
Thank you. Now, what are the documents that have said that, may I just finish that up?
Sure.
What are the documents that have said that there's a possibility of it happening because of DECSS?
I don't recall the exact documents.
Take your time. Were they documents at movie studios, at the MPAA, at third parties that specifically, in this lawsuit, that specifically related to a single loss of a penny as a result specifically of DECSS?
Are you asking a different question, or the documents she was referring to in her answer before?
Will you please produce whatever document you're referring to?
I don't recall. I just remember that.
Tell me your memory. Where is that document from?
Please, don't interrupt her.
I don't know. This is a constant discussion that goes on among parties within the member companies, among the member companies in the MPAA, and among the executives at Warner Brothers. It's a very serious discussion. And so I know I've seen something. I want to be honest with you. And I've been honest with you. I haven't seen studies, like the studies of what the I haven't seen that.
No, Ms. King,
but I know
excuse me.
that this threat has been discussed and mentioned in documents. I can't recall what documents. I produced all my documents.
Mr. Cooper, I ask you to produce any other documents that exist that we have not seen, because I have not seen a document that said that, and either I haven't read it correctly, or those documents are being withheld from me, or those documents don't exist.
Seems like
Will you
those are among
produce
the
it?
possibilities, Counsel.
Will you produce those documents that she may or may not be referring to, that may or may not exist, that you may or may not have, as soon as you can, Mr. Cooper? Is that a fair request, Ms. King?
Sure.
Thank you. We can take a break.
We really will
It's 4:07 p.m. We're back on the record.
Well, I'm not clear, and maybe Mr. Cooper can help me. Are you being offered as a fact witness or an expert witness?
The witness is here in her capacity as a potential witness at trial. I'm not aware currently of any intention to offer her as an expert.
So tell me then, what is your factual basis for your belief? Well, before I get to that, are you familiar with computer speeds and the extent to which you can transmit information over the internet?
In a general fashion, more of a lay fashion than.
And do you know basically the speeds that existed back in October and the compression mechanisms that basically existed back in October?
In a general fashion, yes.
And to your knowledge, are they different than those that exist today?
Yes.
How?
Well, I know that with MP3 that you could certainly download music faster, and that the compression technologies, including something I believe called MP4, are making it faster and faster to be able to deliver product.
And when did you learn about MP3?
I don't know, and I don't think before the time I heard of in October DCSS, but in the last 6 months MP3 has become sort of common vernacular.
Do you know whether whether the internet could have transmitted MP3 information in October?
I don't know.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is to the extent of your knowledge between internet capabilities in October and as of today. Do you have any information about that? Other than generalizations that it's faster.
I don't have specific information. Most of it is generalizations that it's become much faster through technology evolving in new ways of transmitting data.
And with respect to, let's say, December of the year 2001, do you have any information about what the speed of the internet will be then, or the ability to transmit files other than general information?
To the best of my recollection, I've been told that in the next 1 to 2 years, it's going to get much faster than it even is now.
And what does that mean?
In my opinion, it means that with increased bandwidth and better compression technologies, that it will be easier to send large data amounts much easier than it is even today to send large amounts of information over the internet.
Have you ever seen any Warner Brothers studies that deal with what their expectation is of technologies for, let's say, December 2002 concerning the ability to transmit movies over the internet?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Go ahead.
Question, have you ever seen any Warner Brothers studies that deal with what their expectation is for the technologies for, let's say, December 2002 concerning the ability to transmit movies over the internet?
I don't know of any studies.
Have you ever seen any studies done by any of the other 8 plaintiffs, or the MPAA, or any third party, or anybody else in the world about the ability to transmit movie files or digital information in the year December 2002?
I've read a lot of articles, but I don't know of any studies by the Motion Picture Association or the member companies.
Which articles have you read?
I read a lot of articles.
Have any of those articles at home?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you have them in your office?
Some of them may be in my office.
Would you give me copies of those articles, please?
We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you. Now, have you ever had any discussions with anybody at the Motion Picture Studios, the MPAA, any third parties about when broadband will be available in American homes?
Yes.
And have you seen studies relating to that?
No.
And who have you had these conversations with?
People within Warner Brothers.
What are their names?
Louis Ostrover, Chris Cookson, Dean Marks, Warren Lieberfarb.
Did you ever hear of DVD audio?
Yes.
Did you ever read Mr. Ostrov's affidavit in this case concerning DVD audio?
No.
You know that he said that DVD audio was stopped because of DECSS and the knowledge that people had of the ability to break encryption systems. Did you ever see that?
Can you read the question back?
Question, do you know, he said that DVD audio was stopped because of DCSS and the knowledge that people had of the ability to break encryption systems. Did you ever see that?
I don't know that he said that.
Have you ever seen anybody say that?
Have I ever heard anyone say that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell me what you heard. Go ahead.
Shortly after DCSS came to our attention, I was aware of the fact that the music companies had decided not to go with a type of CSS encryption because of this hack.
And the DVD audios were not going to be released, you understood that?
That's correct.
Do you know that they're in the stores now?
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Excuse me? Were you ever told that they're in the stores now? DVD audios?
I didn't know they were in the stores now.
Didn't know that. Did you ever hear Panasonic?
Oh, yes.
Did you ever hear Philips?
Yes?
You know that Philips and Panasonic have DVD audios in the store now?
DVD audio players?
No, not just players, but material on which the players can play. In other words, DVD audio cassettes that you can play on DVD audio players.
Check to the form.
Do you know that that's out in the stores today?
I didn't know that.
Did you ever hear of Pioneer?
Yes.
Who are they?
They're a consumer electronics company, Japanese.
Do you know that they have DVD audio players out and materials on which to play and materials from which the DVD audio players can play audio?
Check to the form.
No, I didn't know that.
So as you walked in here today, your understanding was, based on what you were told, that the whole DVD audio systems were not being marketed and the material that which DVD audio's systems would play was also not being marketed because of DECSS?
Misconstrues the witness's testimony.
Tell me your testimony. I want to make it very clear, Ms. King. Tell me what you understood.
There's DVD audio, and there's encryption for those copyright owners that would like to use it in the protection of their copyrighted works in the DVD audio format. They're two different things.
Right.
The DVD audio format is done.
Right.
I know that for a fact.
Right.
So that there would be DVD audio players in the marketplace that would play product that was not encrypted could very well be happening.
Right.
What I do know is that when we found out about DCSS that I was told from our people, Dean Marks, I would imagine, that the music companies were not going to use a particular form of CSS encryption, which was very close, I think, to the movie form, because of this hack in the use of DCSS. Since then, I've heard they've developed another system.
Do you know what system is out there now?
I hear that the encryption system they're going to be using on DVD audio is CPPM.
And do you know how it relates to CSS?
No,
Do you know whether it's more or less secure than CSS?
I believe it is different. I really don't know. I haven't analyzed the security.
Now, with respect to the encryption technology, did you ever hear at Warner Brothers that you could not release DVD audio material because no encryption system was safe?
No.
Have you ever heard that no encryption system is entirely hack-proof?
I've heard that all encryption systems, given time, money, and effort, have a possibility of being hacked.
Did you ever sign an affidavit saying that I understand that no encryption system is entirely hack-proof? I address your attention to page 3 of your affidavit.
Yes.
And what was the basis for that statement?
I attended many meetings among the consumer electronic motion picture and IT industries where this was discussed.
And tell me what was said, to the best of your memory.
Generally, that you can create various levels of protection, but that even at the most severe levels, if the time and money and energy and brains are put to it, no system can be said to be entirely hack-proof.
Do you know that CES can be hacked in 20 minutes?
Seems facts, not in evidence.
Excuse me?
Do you know that CSS can be hacked in 20 minutes?
No, I don't.
Have you ever heard that?
Never.
Do you know how long it took to do the hack of CSS?
No.
Do you know there was a hack of CSS in 1997?
Seems facts, not in evidence.
No.
Do you know what a weak algorithm system is?
No.
Have you ever heard the CSS being described as a weak security system?
No.
How did you hear it described?
I heard it described as an effective security system to prevent copying of our product.
What were the projections in the end? Do you know, by the way, do you know when CESS was first utilized?
Generally.
When?
Early 1997.
Let me refresh your recollection. Would early 1996 be more accurate?
Well, Warner didn't release product until March of 1997. That's why I said that.
Didn't the different movie companies and the different TV companies originally have different encryption systems?
No.
Were you present at discussions with the various movie studios where they said that CESS was a weak encryption system?
No.
Now, do you know what the projections were in the industry about when CSS would be hacked at the time that they first introduced it?
I don't know about any projections.
Is it your testimony that there are no documents at Warner Brothers or any of the other movie studios or at the MPAA estimating or speculating when CSS would be hacked and how it would be hacked?
No. I'm not saying. There were speculations.
Isn't it fair to say that within the movie industry there was an expectation that by January 1st, 1999, they would have to go to a different encryption system because CSS had been hacked?
I don't remember the January 1st, 1999 date. I do know that we always knew that CSS encryption was only one of many steps we had to take to protect our works.
Do you know what the word biometrics means?
No.
Do you know what CSS2 is?
I believe CSS2 was the audio system.
Was there another system developed as a successor to CSS, which was supposed to be in place by January 1999 on DVDs?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if there was any other system created that was supposed to be in place on the DVDs prior to the time the movie companies had predicted it would be hacked?
Yes.
Which one?
We wanted watermarking.
Tell me about that.
What do you want to know?
When was the expectation that watermarking would be placed on the DVDs?
I think we were hoping to have it. I don't know the exact dates, but certainly by the time anything happened to the CSS encryption, if anything happened to it, it was another piece of this various group of protections that would keep our copyrighted works from being pirated.
Miss King, isn't it a fact that Warner Brothers in documents and the other studios in documents said they wanted watermarking by January 1st, 1999 because they understood that the CSS encryption system would be broken?
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Go ahead.
That could very well be true. I can't remember the dates, but we wanted watermarking in place.
Why?
Because since there was always a possibility something could happen, if it was hacked, then watermarking would prevent the playback of recorded copies of non-authorized works.
And why wasn't watermarking utilized?
Because we're caught in a multi-industry negotiation of picking the proper watermarking, and there is a dispute between the two proposals from the Galaxy Group and the Millennium Group as to their intellectual property and what plays on what.
And when did Galaxy first present the watermarking process and urge that the industry accept it?
Galaxy is a combination of a bunch of companies. I think originally there were something, I don't know the exact number, but 9 or 10 proposals on different watermarking methods. Eventually, the companies joined forces, and we ended up with 2 different groups of companies proposing 2 different watermarking protection schemes.
When did this happen?
Well, I haven't been attending the CPTWG, but the 2 watermarking schemes have been around for at least 6 months, if not longer.
6 months. Hasn't watermarking been discussed for the last 4 years?
Watermarking has been discussed for a very long time, but first people had to go and develop this product for the motion picture industry. Then they presented it for evaluation.
When was it first developed for the motion picture industry?
I don't remember. Probably it started, I'd be guessing. I don't know. A few years ago.
Pardon me?
A few years ago. A couple. It's been going on for some time.
We should stop my letter from going in. Yeah.
Excuse me?
It's been going on for some time.
Excuse me, I just want to take a 5-minute break if I can.
Okay.
6 p.m. we're going off the record.
Can we get the last question and answer right back? We've done it before we went on.
Question: watermarking been discussed for the last 4 years? Answer: watermarking has been discussed for a very long time, but first people had to go and develop this product for the motion picture industry. Then they presented it for evaluation. Dasher's question: when was it first developed for the motion picture industry? Answer: I don't remember. Probably it started on, I'd be guessing, I don't know, a few years ago. Question, pardon me, answer a few years ago, it's been going on for some time. Question, excuse me, answer, it's been going on for some time.
Okay, has there been an agreement in the motion picture industry as to a watermarking standard?
I don't really know the answer to that question. I know that the studios appear, from my contact with them, to be leaning toward the Galaxy system.
Okay, who's come up with the Galaxy system?
IBM and Hitachi are sort of leading the group. I know Sony's in this group as well, and I don't know the other parties.
Is this the 5C group?
No, this is not 5C.
It's different because...
This is a watermarking technology created by this group.
Right, but I think IBM and Hitachi are both members of 5C, right?
No,
or is that
IBM
Intel?
is not. Intel is a member of 5C.
It was Smith. And how about the Millennium Group?
The Millennium Group is Philips, Macrovision, and Digimark.
Okay, and the movie industry is leaning towards Galaxy, you said?
To the best of my understanding.
Okay, you said that there were disputes with respect to the two proposals as to their intellectual property rights. Could you explain what you meant by that? I think I'm misstating what you said, but just to the disputes, if you could explain to me what those
How I
disputes
understand it is that both watermarking schemes, I guess, involve a certain amount of intellectual property. They do or they don't. I don't really know. I do know that I attended a meeting where the Galaxy group said that if the industries were to choose Galaxy, if the industries chose Millennium instead of Galaxy, that Galaxy would be willing to license their intellectual property on fair and reasonable terms. Then Millennium got up and said if the studios and the other industries choose Galaxy, that they would not give the same assurance, basically threatening to bring some kind of an intellectual property lawsuit and saying that Galaxy reads on their intellectual property, and that put everyone in a tough position in terms of choosing because no one wants to walk into a lawsuit.
So the Millennium Group is now saying that Galaxy has essentially stolen some of their, in effect, maybe not using those exact words, but has stolen some of their proprietary technology in making...
Make sure we don't step on each other's lines here so he can finish.
Go ahead.
Has, in effect, stolen some of the Millennium Group's into the proprietary technology and coming up with the Galaxy Group's watermarking.
No one is using the word stolen.
Right.
They've said that they believe that the Galaxy system reads on some of their patents.
So they're saying that, are they saying, in essence, that if the industry, movie industry, and I guess the other industries involved, select the Galaxy technology, that the Millennium Group is going to sue anyone who uses it for infringement?
They didn't exactly say that, but it was my impression that was implied.
Interesting. And they also said they also would not agree to license the technology on fair and reasonable terms.
That's correct. That's what I heard.
What are fair and reasonable terms?
I don't know.
What entity is going to administer the license? The watermarking license?
If it's Galaxy, it'll be that group of people, and if it's Millennium, it'll be those companies.
Will the watermarking technology be required in the DVD CCA license?
Yes, I believe so.
So, in other words, a DVD CCA license, which is a CSS license, correct?
Yes.
Will require that anyone who wants to use CSS will have to go out and buy another license as well, a watermarking license.
I I think so.
And that's
I haven't looked at that license in many, many years.
is that the case with Macrovision?
Yes.
So anyone who wants to use CSS is required to purchase a license or enter into a license to use Macrovision as well.
I believe so.
Okay, is there an anticipated date for the rollout of watermarking?
Not that I know of.
Are they starting? Is the movie industry starting to look at another technology to replace watermarking?
The movie industry has looked at audio watermarking, the watermarking that's going to be used on DVD audio. When this issue came up, they immediately started looking at that because we feel a real necessity to get watermarking as soon as possible.
Watermarking protects the copyrighted material on a DVD by doing what?
The way I understand it, there's a different physical structure to a pre-recorded disc, a movie on a disc we pre-recorded in our manufacturing facilities, and a recordable disc, whether it be RAM, RW, minus RW, there's lots of different recordable, but there's a different physical structure.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a watermark, and I may not be perfect on this, but if you have a watermark and it says, do not copy, for example, and it's on a DVD disc, it says do not copy. When it goes into your system, the system, the DVD player, and it's a pre-recorded disc, it says do not copy, great, well this is a pre-recorded disc, and it plays it.
Mm-hmm.
If you've broken the encryption and recorded it on a recordable media like a DVD RAM, and then you put it into that same player, and the watermark is still there, it'll say do not copy, but the machine will know that that's a copy. It looks different because it's not on a pre-recorded disc, and it'll say, aha, and spit it out.
Okay, so let me...
That's how I understand it.
Okay, just to make sure I understand what you're saying that if you decrypt a DVD movie
Mm-hmm.
using some program,
Mm-hmm.
for example, DCSS,
Mm-hmm.
and you burn the decrypted movie onto a writable DVD, and then try and play that in a DVD player that has a watermark license
Mm-hmm.
or watermark capability.
Mm-hmm.
The decrypted version of the movie that's been burned onto a writable DVD will retain a watermark, and that watermark will tell the DVD player this is an improper copy, spit it out.
Lex Foundation.
That's how I basically understand it.
Okay. Is it going to be possible for people to make any kind of copy at all of a DVD when the watermark technology is in place?
Incomplete hypothetical.
I don't know the answer to that.
Can people make copies of DVDs today in any format?
Sure.
Okay. What kind of copy can you make of a DVD today?
You can you buy very expensive DVD. Well, there's DVD. I don't know if it's very expensive. There is.
I think you're misunderstanding
yeah.
my question. So let me back up.
Okay.
Okay. What I mean is, can the public or members of the public who purchased a DVD make an authorized copy of that movie on the DVD today?
Incomplete hypothetical.
An authorized copy of the DVD.
Mm-hmm. In any format.
What do you mean in any format?
DVD, VHS, VCD.
Okay, that's not an authorized copy of a DVD.
Of the movie, a copy of the movie.
I know what you're trying to get at, but I've lost the thread of it with that last edition.
Can a member of the public who's purchased a DVD make an authorized copy of the movie on that DVD onto in any format?
Same objections. It's an incomplete hypothetical.
No.
DCSS license machine. Make it up. Some
Yeah, I mean, just to make myself perfectly clear, that wasn't a hypothetical. I know Mr. Cooper said it was an incomplete hypothetical. That was a question of fact. Whether today, if a member of the public purchases a DVD, it is possible for that member of the public to make an authorized copy of the movie on that DVD in any format. That is, onto another DVD, onto a CD, onto a VCD, onto a VHS cassette.
It's complex, and it is an incomplete hypothetical.
No.
Okay, thank you. And that's because of the various copy protection technologies which are employed on DVDs. Is that correct?
Same objections.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Okay. You said earlier that you saw the Matrix, or you saw a piece of the Matrix. Now, was that piece of the Matrix downloaded from the internet?
I wish I could answer that with full knowledge. I was in a room and they were working with computers, laptops, and it was projected onto a screen right from their computer.
When was this?
A week or two ago.
Okay, and who's they? Who was in the room with you?
Asked and answered.
I think your answer was technical people.
Yes.
Okay, I take it that's Louis Osterhoff or Chris Cookson. Who else?
Jim Worthridge, David Coulter. There was a bunch of technical people.
Okay, are these all Time Warner people? Or
Yes.
Warner Brothers people?
All Warner Brothers people.
David Coultridge. Okay, was there anyone else besides technical people and yourself in the room?
Yes.
Who else?
My supervisor, Warren Lieberfarb, was in the room.
Okay.
And Dean Marks was in the room.
Okay.
This was a room full of people.
Okay.
Tom Lazinski, our head of marketing, was in the room.
Okay, who did the actual finding of a movie on the internet?
I think it was Jim Withridge and David Coulter.
I'm sorry, David.
Coulter.
Oh, I spelled his name. Is that Coulter?
I don't really know how to spell it. He's part of the technology group.
Okay. Did you watch the entire procedure?
No.
Okay, when did you come into the room? Were you called in? I'm sorry, straight up. Were you called into the room?
No.
How did you come to be in there?
I was invited to a meeting.
Okay. And when you got to the meeting, had they already found a movie on the internet?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what internet site they went to?
No.
Do you know if they downloaded the movie?
No.
Do you know if they were streaming the movie?
No.
Was it how long a portion of the movie was it?
It was short, a minute or two.
A minute or two.
Yeah.
What scene was it?
God, I can't remember. I think it was the scene where he was jumping and they do the slow motion, but I don't know. I don't remember.
Was it an action scene or more a static scene?
It was an action scene, I think.
Okay. How many movies have you seen that have been downloaded from the internet? And by movies, I mean movies or portions of movies.
Asked and answered.
This is the only one?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Do you know of the names of any other movies that were available on the internet?
Asked and answered. It's also ambiguous.
I don't just mean Warner's. I mean any other movies available on the internet. Can you tell me what the names of such movies are?
Same objections.
I've heard recently that The Patriot is on the internet, and that there are...
Is that a Warner's movie?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said, and there are...
And that there's a multitude of movies that are available.
Okay. Who told you this?
Our technical people, Warner Brothers there's technical people.
Okay, did they tell you what the source of the Patriot is?
No.
Okay, has that movie been released on DVD?
No.
Has that movie been released on any format?
Yes, theaters.
Okay, so it's in theatrical release only.
Yes.
Okay. Has a master of that movie gone missing?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know what the majority, the format, or excuse me, do you know what the source of the majority of the movies available on the internet are?
No.
Or format is, I'm sorry.
No.
No, okay. You talked earlier about camcordings. What is a camcording?
I have digital camcorders where you can, I mean, I own one where you take pictures of your kids or whatever, and that individuals go into movie theaters and film the movie right off the screen.
Have you ever seen a camcording of a movie?
No.
Are you aware if that's the source of most of the movies on the internet?
No.
Are you aware that one way or the other?
I'm aware that it is the source of some of the brand new movies. That's all I'm aware of.
Okay, and how do you know that?
From some stories I've heard, you can tell because if they move, they jiggle. And unless it's a stolen print, that's how we're getting movies like The Patriot quickly onto the internet.
Okay.
I have not heard that about the multitude, hundreds that they say of other films that are there that are not brand new films.
Have you heard anything at all about the source of the multitude of other films?
No.
Has anyone ever told you that a movie that's first put on the internet as a camcording is then removed from the internet and a different source version of that movie is then put on the internet?
I recall being told that.
Who told you that?
Well, it would be our technical people that, you start out with a bad source and they get better over time.
Okay. Are you aware of what the primary source of movies that appear on bootleg or pirated VHS on the streets of in the United States is?
You mean in early release, in theatrical release? I think they're camcorders also.
Okay, and how about the primary source of bootlegs that appear on VCDs in other countries?
I've heard a multitude of sources for VCD.
I'm asking about the primary source.
I don't know the primary source. I don't know that I've heard of primary.
Does Warner Brothers or Warner's Home Video do their own investigations into piracy of Warner movies?
We sometimes we start with our own investigation. Most of the time we work really closely with the MPAA.
Is it fair to say that the MPAA takes the lead on anti-piracy efforts for Warner's?
Generally, yes.
Okay, what's an exception to? Why do you say only generally?
Well, sometimes, we take the lead. Sometimes we tend to be first in the marketplace in many markets, and sometimes before the MPAA gets there, we're setting up shop and putting our own people in to try to start with anti-piracy efforts. It depends on the situation.
Can you give me an example of that?
I know that we're currently organizing an optical disc group. We have an anti-piracy vice president in Asia, in Taiwan.
What's
sometimes.
that person's name?
Molly Kellogg.
Okay. Now, the MPAA has been in Asia for years, right?
Yes.
And the MPAA has an optical disc group. Is that correct?
Yes, but
Okay.
we were instrumental in helping to set that up.
Okay. Can you give me a single concrete example of an instance where the Warner's rather than the MPAA has taken the lead on an anti-piracy investigation?
No, you'd have to talk to our piracy people.
Okay. And who's the piracy person here in the United States?
David Kaplan,
Okay, and who does David Kaplan report to?
Jeremy Williams,
And who does Jeremy Williams report to?
John Schulman.
Okay, and what is this Warner Home Video?
None of those people are
Okay,
Warner.
where are they?
They're all Warner Brothers.
Okay, and you're employed at Warner Home Video?
Yes.
Okay, do you know anything about the operations of Warner Brothers?
Yes.
Okay, do you know the details of the operations of Warner Brothers?
Ambiguous.
In other words, do you know what David Kaplan and Jeremy Williams? Do you know what David Kaplan and Jeremy Williams did?
They're involved in protection of our intellectual property.
Give me 1 second, I'm sorry. Off the record, I can't read. No, he does.
No, he was.
I can't read a word of this, so
Right.
I'll have to pick it up later.
Could you read back the last question and answer, please?
Yeah, actually,
I lost the thread.
Let's strike it, and I'll start over again because I think it was a little vague. Do you know the specifics of any of the projects that David Kaplan's working on?
I only know that David Kaplan and Jeremy Williams are representatives to
The anti-piracy
major
litigation,
anti-piracy and anti-piracy litigation.
and that's run by the MPAA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You said that that you can see the improved quality of movies that are online.
Our technical people.
Okay,
use
your
that. I
technical
haven't
people
seen a
have
lot of
told you that.
product. Yes.
Now, who should I talk to? Who's the? If you had to pick one technical person with the most knowledge about the improvement of quality of online movies, who would I talk to?
Well, Warner's chief technology officer is Chris Cookson.
Okay, does Chris Cookson know, would you say, more than Jim Withridge or David Coulter about the improved quality of movies available online?
Flax Foundation.
I don't know who knows the most.
Okay.
I know that Chris Cookson is the head of the whole department. Whether he is as knowledgeable as people that work for him on specifics, I don't know.
What's the department called? Is it called the technology department?
It's called technical operations.
Do you know what his background is?
He's an engineer.
Okay, do you know if they're all engineers? By all, I mean Louis Ostrover.
Louis
Jim-
Ostrover is not an engineer. Jim Withridge is not an engineer.
Okay,
They're Warner Home Video people.
okay, what's their background?
Well, Louis Ostrover, he's our head of new media, but he's not an engineer. I don't know his educational background. Jim Withridge is in our marketing group. He does marketing and new technology.
Would you say that these people are familiar, or more, excuse me, that they are technologically competent? That's a vague way of saying. Are these people computer geeks?
I'll let you answer the last question.
It's a term of art.
Yeah, I understand what you're getting at.
Yeah.
You want to know whether this witness is familiar with the depth of their technical knowledge.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
I'm not a computer geek, and they're much more knowledgeable than I am.
Okay. You said that you didn't know the source of this clip of the Matrix you saw. Do you know the size of the file of the clip of the Matrix? And you don't know where on the internet it came from?
No.
Do you know that it came off the internet?
I believe it did. I believe that's what they were trying to demonstrate, to the best of my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that?
I believe that's what they said.
Okay. That's your recollection.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were you invited by telephone, in person? Was there a memorandum? How were you invited to attend this demonstration?
I think I received an email from my supervisor.
Okay. And did the email explain in any detail what the demonstration?
No. Oh, no.
What did the email say to the best of your recollection?
Come to this technology meeting.
Okay. Do you know if there's any document, memorandum, email, any other type of document that explained what the demonstration sought to prove, or what was involved in the demonstration? Did anyone suggest that the source of the clip from The Matrix was a DVD movie?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Was there any discussion at all about what the source of the DVD was?
No.
Excuse me, the source of the clip
No,
was?
I don't think so.
Isn't that relevant?
How do you mean that question?
Is the source relevant?
It's ambiguous. Apparently,
Is the
calling
source
for a legal
relevant to any
conclusion.
anti-piracy efforts? We're talking about anti-piracy.
Okay, the source is very relevant, but this was not an anti-piracy meeting.
What was this meeting?
It was about technology.
Okay, so, okay. Is the source of a movie, a Warner's movie that appears on the internet, relevant to a technological inquiry?
It's very relevant, but it wasn't the topic of this particular meeting.
Okay, what was the topic of this particular meeting?
Where are we technologically in terms of what can happen on the internet?
Okay, was there a discussion of sending movies via the internet from one person to another?
Yes.
Okay, what was said about that?
They talked about streaming and downloading. I mean, I didn't memorize the presentation, but they talked about all those things.
Do you visit the internet ever?
Rarely, but I do.
Do you know what kind of an internet connection you have?
At work, I have a fast one, and at home, I have a phone line.
Okay. Do you know what?
At work, I'm within the Warner system, and it's docked to something that makes it faster.
Do you know what the speed of the connection is?
No.
Okay. Have you ever tried to send a large file using the your computer at work?
Ambiguous.
No.
Do you know how big a DVD file is?
4.7 gigabytes. 4.7 gigabytes?
Okay. Do you know that, or is that a guess?
I know that
Okay. How do you know that?
because I was involved in the creation of DVD.
Okay. And all DVDs are the same size?
Well, they don't have to use up all of the space, but that's how much it can be held on a DVD, on a 5, on one side of a DVD.
Okay. Now, do you know what the current technology of DVDs is
Ambiguous.
in terms of how much information a DVD can hold?
Well, you can hold a lot more than 4.7 because you can do dual layer and you can do two-sided. So I think you can hold up to 18 gigabytes.
Okay. And are there players that are capable of playing dual-sided, dual-layered DVDs?
I think all players are capable of doing that.
Okay, so you can actually put up to 18 gigabytes of information on a DVD.
Yes.
Okay, but all DVD movies, to your knowledge, are limited to 4.7 gigabytes?
No, they're not. I mean,
Okay.
it depends on how long the movie is and how many enhancements you have and how many languages, and you go on and on and on. It's all data, takes up more room.
So why did you say a DVD movie is 4.7
Because that's the
gigabytes?
basic. That's the basic 5, and then you can dual layer it and you can flip it over, and it's just the basic that I think of as DVD.
Okay, so
That was the minimum. That's what we came out with as the minimum.
okay, so DVD movies could be anything from 4.7 to
18.
18.
Sure.
Okay, do you know how many gigabytes The Matrix is?
No.
Okay. When you talked about DivX, do you have any knowledge of what DivX is?
Just what I said before.
Okay, I think you said that it was a system that compresses data and makes it more accessible to consumers.
That's about all I know.
Do you
I
know
don't
if DivX is a legitimate compression technology or if it's a pirated compression technology?
Ambiguous. Calls for a legal conclusion.
I don't know.
Okay, do you know if DivX can be purchased from a manufacturer or a programmer?
I don't know.
Do you know what the basis of DivX is?
No.
Do you know how much it can compress digital information?
No.
Do you know if the information on DVDs is already compressed?
Yes.
Strike the already is compressed.
Yes.
What technology is it compressed with?
MPEG 2.
Okay. Do you know if are you familiar with the term lossy or lossless in connection with compression technology?
Generally.
Do you know if MPEG-2 is a lossy or a lossless compression technology?
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
I'd have to guess.
Don't guess. Do you know if DivX is lossy or lossless?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. You said before, that you can see that the movies on the internet, you can see that they're decrypted DVDs. What's the basis for that statement?
No, I don't think I exactly said that.
Okay, why don't you tell me?
I've heard from our technical people
Right.
that the quality of the movies is now of the quality of what they think a decrypted DVD is.
Okay, and these are movies that they have found on the internet.
I believe so.
Okay, have they told you, so you don't know anything about where they found it?
No, I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
any of that. No.
Okay, I take it you're not going to be testifying about any of these technological matters.
Anything the witness knows about our intentions with respect to the trial are going to be the subject of the attorney-client privilege.
Okay,
But I can tell you that she's not being offered as a technical expert.
or even as someone who knows about the technology that is employed without being an expert, just what's going on at Warner's or the MPAA, which is perfectly fine. I'm sure there's a lot of other things that you know a lot about.
She's going to testify about her knowledge relating to the kinds of topics that you've been asking about.
Okay. Are you aware of anyone at Warner? Should we stop?
How much do you have? Okay.
Okay, good. Are you aware of anyone at Warner's or Warner Brothers or Time Warner or the MPAA or any of the other plaintiffs keeping lists of movies that are available online?
No.
Okay. Do you want to flip?
Time is 5:10 p.m. and this completes the number one videotape deposition portion. The time is 5:23 p.m. and this is videotape deposition portion.
You mentioned before some of the extras that are on DVDs, like foreign language capability or interviews with directors, I think you said.
Yes.
Are you aware if those extras are available on movies that are on the internet?
I've heard that now there are some films on the internet that have extras, yes.
Okay, who told you that?
Again, I heard this from my technical people. I don't know it from my own
Okay.
search of the internet.
Did you hear what movie?
No.
Okay. Do your technical people reduce any of these statements about movies on the internet to writing?
The reason I'm smiling is because they very rarely write anything down.
Okay. You knew where I was going with that question. Okay. So the answer is
No.
very rarely.
Very rarely.
Okay. I would call for the production of any memorandum or document that reflects any of the information that Ms. King has been telling us the technical people have told her.
We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you. Have you heard of Power Ripper?
No.
Have you heard of Speed Ripper?
No.
Have you heard of DODS Ripper?
I don't think so.
Okay. Prior to October of 1999, were you aware of any method of capturing the digital information on a DVD?
No.
Were you aware of that happening?
No.
Were you aware of any copies of DVDs being sold anywhere in the world? And by copies, I mean unauthorized copies.
I wasn't aware of unauthorized copies of DVDs that came from DVDs.
Okay, but you were aware of?
I was aware of what pirated, quote unquote, DVDs that came from a Laserdisc master or a video master.
Do you, and I'm not asking you to speculate here, but has anyone told you why a Laserdisc master or what was the other hard good you mentioned? Or a video would be pirated onto a DVD format rather than a video format or a VCD format or a CD format or some other format?
These were in Asia, and that's a hot new product. They like hot new products.
Okay. Do you know what the most common format in Asia is?
No.
Do you know what the most common pirated hard good format in Asia is?
Yes.
What is that?
VCD.
Okay. Do you have any sense of the percentages? The percentage of total pirated hard goods the VCD pirated hard goods constitutes?
No.
Okay. Do you know what file sharing is?
Yes, generally.
Okay. What's the basis of that knowledge?
Reading about Napster and Nutella and talking to people at Warner Brothers.
Okay. Are you aware of any file sharing network that on which DVD movies are available?
I can't recall that I know that.
Okay. And the technological people haven't told you about that?
No. Just the I won't go into anymore.
Go ahead.
No, there's nothing else.
Just the what?
They talk about how, as capacity, bandwidth, and compression technologies increase as they've been doing in the last 8 months, ever faster, ever easier. The danger of file swapping on DVD becomes what it is now on CD, and that's real. And so that's what I hear. I don't hear right now that we are Napster.
Okay. Has anyone given you the factual basis for the statements that you've just recounted as having been told?
Ambiguous.
Do you understand that question?
This is the topic of many conversations within our organization. I mean, we talk about this a lot.
I understand that, but you've testified that you don't know or you don't have the technical knowledge about the bandwidth or the technical knowledge about video compression, but you're told about this. Is that correct?
I also told you we had a meeting where we talked about technology. Yes.
Okay, but during that meeting, did anyone communicate that the factual basis for the statements that you have just recounted regarding the ever-increasing speed of increased bandwidth and video compression?
Ambiguous.
They spoke about that.
Okay, what did they say?
I can't remember the exact, but they talked about the increasing, there is now, and they talked about compression being, anywhere from, it will take a fraction of what it takes now, and the fraction will get ever smaller as time goes on in terms of compression. Now, I don't remember the exact fractions, but I know that it was fairly rapid.
Now, who said this?
Jim Wuthridge, Chris Cookson.
How do you spell Wuthridge?
Wuthric. ICH, I believe.
Okay, and did Jim Withridge or Chris Cookson tell anybody what the basis for those claims was? The factual basis for those claims. Was it based on research? Was it based on...
I don't remember.
Okay. And were Jim Withridge and Chris Cookson the people who made claims about the increased bandwidth?
Yes,
Okay, and did they give...
among others.
Among others. Who else did?
And the same people I mentioned.
Okay, those
Coulter,
4 people.
Yeah.
And did any of them state what the basis for that claim was?
I don't recall whether they did or didn't.
Okay. You have said, I think on several occasions, that it is a common topic of conversation that technology will make the transfer of movies on the internet easier over time.
Yes.
And what I'm trying to get at is, what is the factual basis for those conversations?
I understand what you're trying to
Right.
get at. What I'm telling you is we have people in our technical operations department, and we have people within Warner Home Video whose job it is to do this research, to do outside research, and to be knowledgeable on these subjects. What references they're using to get there is not something I know off the top of my head. Maybe they would, but I don't.
Okay. Scott, I would call for the production of any of the research with respect to video compression and bandwidth that Ms. King has just referred to.
We'll take her under advisement.
Thank you. Do you know if any of the other plaintiffs have engaged in this type of research into bandwidth and into video compression?
No,
You don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if the MPAA has engaged in any research into bandwidth,
I don't know.
into video compression?
I don't know.
Has the MPAA ever, anyone at the MPAA ever talked to you about increased bandwidth or increased video speed of or video compression? Better, improved video
I don't
compression?
remember having that discussion.
Have you ever gotten any kind of a writing or document from the MPAA about bandwidth or video compression?
I don't recall ever having you see that.
These conversations that you're having at Warner's are limited to Warner's. Is that what you're saying? And when I say these conversations, I'm talking about the conversations about how serious the threat of...
Well, some of it may be privileged.
please.
Oh, okay.
I want to make sure we know what the topic is. He was
the topic are the conversations that you have adverted to have testified about before regarding the seriousness of the threat of increased bandwidth and improved video compression with respect to sending DVDs over the internet.
And I just want to be clear. She's testified about a specific conversation recently that took place. And I think you're giving it a topical description that may not be the same as what she's previously
Then
talked
let's be
about.
clear. You've testified, I believe, that there have been numerous conversations about that subject among people at Warner's, and that it is a subject of great concern. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm talking about these conversations are limited to Warner Home Video. Is that
My
correct?
participation in these conversations are limited to generally to Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers, Warner Home Video.
Yes.
Okay.
It's bigger than Warner Home Video, but Warner Brothers.
Okay, but you've never participated in a conversation on that subject with anyone outside of Warner Brothers.
Okay, you can take it to Time Warner.
Okay, Time Warner. Who at Time Warner?
Who at Time Warner? Dean Marks is a Time Warner employee.
Okay. What is his position there?
He's a senior intellectual property counsel for Time Warner.
Okay. Do you know of anybody else having conversations about that subject outside of Time Warner? And when I say anybody else at Time Warner having a conversation about that subject with anyone outside of Time Warner?
Am I aware of subject of increasing bandwidth and the threats of piracy?
No, that increased bandwidth and improved video compression is a serious concern with respect to sending DVD movies over the internet.
Yes.
Okay, who? And with whom?
The MPAA held a meeting of all the studios to talk about increasing problems with the internet.
When was that?
I think it was around February.
And who conducted that meeting?
Jack Valenti.
And did Jack Valenti talk about the increased problems or problems associated with increased bandwidth?
He talked about problems associated with the internet.
And what did he say, to the best of your recollection?
Before we get into the substance of it, I'd like to confer with the witness long enough to find out what the context of the meeting was so that we can determine whether it's potentially privileged.
Yeah, I think it may be.
Well, let's talk.
Well, I'll tell you what, before you do that, why don't I just ask who else was at this meeting?
That's fine. Take any foundational questions you want to, but before
That'll
we
make
get to
it
the
easier
substance,
for
that's
us.
fine.
Yeah. Okay. Who else was at this meeting?
Counsel for each of the companies and senior officers from the studios.
And senior officers?
From the studios.
Okay, and who else from the MPAA was present?
I believe Simon Barsky was there, and I can't remember if Fritz Attaway was there, and Mark Litvak, and Brad Hunt.
And was this an informational meeting?
Ambiguous.
Oh, okay.
Okay, in other words, was this a meeting called in order to brief the studios on what was the current state of technology and internet technology?
Calls for speculation.
I'm asking what the meeting was about. I'm proposing that as a subject. If that's incorrect, just you can tell me yes or no.
Just so we're all clear, he can ask foundational questions, and as long as we have, and I assume we do, Mr. Hernstead, the understanding that answering questions about the subject matter doesn't constitute a waiver of the substance.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then I'll allow him to ask these foundational questions so that we can facilitate the process of determining whether it's privileged. My last objection was because he asked what the purpose of calling it was, that is, calling the meeting, and I was simply objecting that it was speculative. So now he's asked a different question, and I think that went to what your understanding of the purpose of the meeting was.
It was primarily informational.
Okay. And was okay, you might as well talk to King.
Thank you.
Because my next question is going to be like,
what was that? Okay, that's fine.
Time is 5:38 p.m. The time is 5:47 p.m. and we're back on the record.
I've spoken to the witness off the record, and it's plain that the matter concerning which the meeting involved was privileged in large part. I think for purposes of the completeness of the record, she can probably tell you in some general term what the subject of the meeting was, if you would like to elicit that.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously the details and the substance beyond that, I think is privileged, as I understand what the witnesses told me.
okay, what was the subject of the meeting?
The subject of the meeting was to decide on an internet anti-piracy strategy, one, and to decide if we were going to. We formed a committee to decide if we were going to, in the future, this committee would hire someone to determine whether we should make our own technology to protect our works, or buy it, or purchase it, or that we needed more help in the anti-piracy efforts on the technological side. So that was the main subject matter.
Is this a long-term anti-piracy strategy?
Short and long term.
Okay, is it an anti-piracy strategy for the next 5 years?
It's It's the beginning of an anti-piracy strategy for the next
Okay.
5 years.
Who was hired?
I don't think anybody has yet been hired.
Is this an engineer or is this a lawyer or who?
Well, they're looking for someone who has general knowledge. I'm not on that committee.
What's the name of that committee?
I don't think it has a name. I'm not on that committee.
Okay. Was it a committee that met with the MPAA? Was this the anti-piracy litigation group? Or?
No.
You know, I want to be really careful here because I don't want to get into a lot of substantive detail. But let me just characterize what I believe the witness has just told you. They met to talk about the formation of a committee. And I think that they got that far, according to what the witness just told you.
I think she said two things. And I think one of the things was the formation of a committee to find someone to advise them. The first thing was to talk about anti-piracy strategy.
Yes.
Okay, now I think insofar as you discuss a long-term anti-piracy strategy, I don't see how that could possibly be privileged. It may be confidential, but it's certainly not privileged.
Well, you and I disagree, but I think what the witness has said is that the formation of such a committee was authorized.
Okay. Was there any specifics, without getting into the specifics, were any specifics about anti-piracy internet strategy discussed?
Yes.
Okay. How is that privileged?
I don't understand how it's not. I mean, no, please.
Okay.
This is
If this is a long-term strategy, which the witness has testified that it is, I don't see how it's privileged.
You and I are just, I know we're just missing each other.
Yeah.
And we have an honest disagreement about that issue. I mean, I advise my clients with respect to anti-piracy strategy. I think that's privileged. There was a room full of lawyers and their business clients having a conversation like that, and I don't know on what basis you conclude that it's not privileged.
Let me ask you this: was this a business strategy?
You're asking her now to conclude whether it was attorney-client privileged or business.
I'm asking the subject matter without getting into what the subject matter was. Was it a business discussion or was it a legal discussion?
With the understanding that
not a waiver,
that this is not a waiver,
this question
and it's also not a legal conclusion.
Fine.
If the witness has a belief, I'll let her testify as to that belief.
Okay.
I believe it was both legal and business, and it's very hard to separate it.
Okay. Let me ask you this: Did Mr. Valenti talk about? Did Mr. Valenti talk about the internet in his presentation? And did he talk about increased bandwidth on the internet?
I don't recall exactly if he talked about increased bandwidth, but he did talk about increased vulnerability.
Okay. What is MP4?
I think it's an even.
Sorry.
I believe it's a compression technology that compresses to an even smaller level, putting it in my lay terms, than MP3. So you go from MPEG 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can get your files smaller and smaller.
When you say MP, are you saying MPEG?
I'm not exactly sure if I am. I know MPEG 1 and MPEG 2, and then I would just refer to MP3 and MP4. I'm not sure if it means MPEG.
That meeting, were there minutes taken? Was there a memorandum incorporating? Was there
Yeah. Turning back to the February meeting,
Yes.
Was there an agenda for that meeting that was circulated?
I don't remember an agenda.
Was there a memorandum announcing it?
Yes, I'm sure there was.
Okay. Was there minutes taken at the meeting?
I don't believe so.
Was there any kind of memorandum or other document at the end of the meeting or after the meeting that summarized that which was discussed and decided during the meeting?
I don't believe so.
And was there anything after the meeting that reflected that which was discussed during the meeting?
I don't remember there being a document after the meeting.
Has anything any action's been taken place, any actions taken place after that meeting in terms of establishing a committee?
I believe the committee has met.
Are you a member of that committee?
No,
Who's the Warner's member of the committee?
Chris Cookson.
Okay, is there one person from each of the
I
plaintiffs?
believe so.
Okay. Can you tell me the name of that committee?
I don't know the name of that committee.
Okay, I would call for. Can you find out the name of that committee with any difficulty?
Well, we'll take under advisement any request
Leave a
you
blank
have
or.
with respect to it. I'm not sure that you haven't already gotten that in some prior testimony, but
Okay, and I would call for production also of any documents related to the meeting as well.
well, we'll take it under advisement.
Okay. Do you know if MP3 is an audio compression technology or a video compression technology?
I know that it's been used with audio. I don't know what type of compression technology it is.
What's the basis of your knowledge of MP3?
I read articles.
Okay. Have you ever heard of Roadrunner?
Yes.
Okay, what is Roadrunner?
I'm not sure I can really describe it. It's a high bandwidth connection.
Is it a cable modem connection?
I believe it
Internet
has to
connection?
do with our cable systems.
And is it a Time Warner product?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen any documents about the speed of the Roadrunner connection?
I may have, but I certainly don't remember them.
Okay. Have you seen any documents about the planned increase in speed of that connection?
No.
Have you seen any documents about the number of persons that are now using that connection?
I may have. I don't remember.
Have you seen any projections as to increases in speed or increases in numbers of people signing up to use it?
I probably have, but I couldn't tell you the numbers.
Okay. Is that a standalone? Or who runs Roadrunner? Strike my earlier part there. Who runs Roadrunner?
Lex Foundation.
If anyone.
No, that wasn't the basis of my objection. I'll be glad to tell you later.
No, okay.
But this witness, I don't think, has the answer to that question.
It's in the Time Warner structure. It may be Time Warner Cable, but I'm not sure of that.
Okay. I would call for the production of any documents you have about Roadrunner.
That this witness has?
Yeah.
I understand. I hear your request. I mean, I can't imagine that it has any conceivable relevancy to this lawsuit, but I understand your request.
Well, I don't know.
Advisement.
Yeah, I think you guys are trying to say that there's increased bandwidth and it's going to make sending movies over the internet a reality. And I think that documents. Time Warner, one of the plaintiffs, owns a cable modem connection company, and I think documents about the speed at which that connection is today, documents reflecting where that speed is going over the next year, the next 2 years, the next 5 years, in terms of how many people have signed up for it today, how many people will sign up into the future, are directly relevant to the likelihood that the harm or the anticipated harm being proposed by plaintiffs is ever going to be a reality.
Well, let me just say, first of all, the kinds of information you're talking about are readily publicly available, and much more readily than trying to do it in the inefficient fashion that would be associated with getting any documents this witness anecdotally has. Both sides in this case have retained experts in this field who are far better able to discuss these issues in the publicly available data regarding them than any of us in this room. I'm sure that's why they're here in the case, and I'm sure that they'll be able to advise the judge with respect to it. I can't imagine a less efficient way to get after the points of data you're talking about than trying to go through the documents. And I speak from some experience in this, since I've just gone through the discovery process in the broadband cable antitrust litigation. We are involved with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, and I assure you that the best way to get data points is not to go through those documents.
Okay, I appreciate that. This being the only plaintiff's witness that is being considered for trial, except for perhaps Daphne Greenwich, and I think you're going to let me know one way or the other on her, or that you might have said you weren't planning on using her.
I thought we had already told
that's
you
right.
that she's not being
not gonna
called as a witness in the case in chief.
Okay.
I understand where you are with this, Ed, and
let me know when-
I'm not disagreeing with you that the data is potentially relevant. I just don't think going through this witness to try to get it is the efficient way to go about it.
I don't disagree with that. I think that's a good place to start. So let me then also call for production of any data about projections on Roadrunner capacity and usage that is not publicly available. And when you say publicly available, I take it it's on the Roadrunner website.
Let me just go back a step. First of all, Roadrunner's not a party to this action, and it's not reachable by discovery in this action. Roadrunner is not owned by Time Warner. Roadrunner is a separate organization that has a variety of owners, not limited to Time Warner.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Second, the information necessary to determine whether or not broadband has particular kinds of transmission speeds, what those speeds are today and what they might be tomorrow, is the subject of an immense amount of public discussion. It's not limited to Roadrunner, which is only one player in that industry, and I think the kinds of information that's relevant to this lawsuit is much more generally available, and I think readily available to the experts in the lawsuit. That was the basis.
I understand that. What I know is that Time Warner, because I have Time Warner cable, Time Warner is selling Roadrunner, actively selling Roadrunner as Time Warner Roadrunner, and that Time Warner probably has projections that are not public, or
That may be.
Roadrunner has projections that are not public, and that's what I wanted to get.
Okay, well, I understand your request, and I've taken it under advisement.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Garbus asked you if there were any documents reflecting the loss of any monies. I think he said a single penny. Let's say as of October 1999, as a result of as of December 1999, as a result of DCSS. And I think your answer was no.
Right.
Okay. Are there any documents that reflect a projected loss as of December 2001 as a result of DCSS?
You're talking about a monetary loss.
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Is there any document? That was a question with respect to Warner's. Let me ask you: is there any document that you're aware of with respect to any of the plaintiffs or the MPAA, which states an anticipated loss or projects a loss as a result of DCSS?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there any document that you know of that was created by or at the behest of any of the plaintiffs or the MPAA, which projects any type of harm that can be calculated in dollars as a result of DCSS?
Ambiguous. And just so we're clear, in other words, it projects a harm and calculates the dollars?
No, any kind of harm in dollars as a result of DCSS.
Ambiguous.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Is there any study or any kind of document that was created by or at the behest of any of the plaintiffs or the MPAA that projects any kind of harm at all as a result of DCSS?
Would you read back the question, please?
Question: is there any study or any kind of document that was created by or at the behest of any of the plaintiffs or the MPAA that projects any kind of harm at all as a result of DCSS?
Other than the documents in the litigation, I don't know of any others.
Okay, and when you say the documents in litigation, you're referring to the complaint?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other document?
Not that I know of.
Okay, just the complaint. Okay. Are you aware if the plaintiffs have sued Warner's or any of the other plaintiffs have sued any other person person or entity or company or website for posting DCSS anywhere in the world?
Other than this litigation, I'm not aware of other litigation.
Okay. Are you? Do you know if the plaintiff, the defendants in this action, has taken the DCSS posting down from its website?
Yes.
Are you aware if DCSS is available on any other website in the country?
Yes.
Any other website in the world?
Yes.
Any idea approximately how many websites around the world it's available on?
I saw a list, and it seemed to be quite a few.
Okay. And have the plaintiffs done anything to stop the posting of DCSS?
And when you're talking about posting, you're talking about posting, not linking, right?
I'm talking about posting.
Okay.
I believe that the MPAA is doing constant checking and cease and desist letters and takedowns.
What's a takedown?
Where they send a letter to cease and desist, and that it should be taken down off the site.
Okay. And are those cease and desist letters and takedowns succeeding in the removal of DCSS from the internet?
I know that at least they're partially successful, but I couldn't quantify it.
Okay. And has the MPAA or the plaintiffs in this action done anything else to stop the posting of DCSS?
I'm not in a position to know that.
Yeah. I think we got that. Do you know what steps the MPAA takes if the recipient of a cease and desist or takedown letter responds negatively?
No, I'm not involved in that process.
Okay, let me show you some documents. Well, actually, hold on a second. You've got your affidavit.
Yes.
It's a declaration.
Yeah, your declaration. Thank you.
Picking up bad habits.
Yeah. What's the basis of your understanding that no encryption system is entirely hack-proof? And it's set forth in paragraph 3.
Asked and answered.
I answered that earlier. I attended a lot of multi-industry meetings where they discussed these issues.
Okay. Did you ever attend a meeting at which a 40-bit key encryption standard was discussed?
Yes.
Okay, and what was stated about a 40-bit key in terms of its robustness?
What I remember was that's as robust as we can get under the current United States export policy.
Okay, is there any law that says you can't export more than a 40-bit key?
You mean currently?
Yeah.
Second?
No.
Sure.
Currently?
Yeah.
I believe the law has changed, and now it can be bigger than 40.
Okay, but back in 1996, was there a law?
It was my understanding that you could not
Okay.
export above 40 bits.
What was the basis of that understanding?
From lawyers and technology experts that attended the CPTWG meetings at that time.
Did you ever look at the statute?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of that you could get a license to export more than a 40-bit key?
No.
You were aware? You were not aware of that, or you were aware that you could not?
I was not aware that you could get it. Are you saying you can?
No. I'm asking if you heard that you could get a license for more than a 40-bit key.
No, I never heard that.
Okay. Did anyone ever tell you how long it takes to break a 40-bit key with a brute force attack?
Assumes facts, not evidence. You saying that there's only one way to do it, or only one type of...
No, with a brute force attack. Do you understand what a brute force attack is?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard that term, brute force attack?
I think I've heard that term, but not a lot.
Okay. I will represent to you that a brute force attack is an attempt to decrypt a key by trying every possible combination. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's called brute force. You just,
Mm-hmm.
did anyone ever tell you, or did you ever learn that how long it takes using technology currently available to break a 40-bit key with a brute force attack?
No.
Okay. Would you be surprised if I were to tell you that it is seconds?
Yes.
Well, first of all, I think that the representation that it's seconds is perhaps based on technology today, and you were asking questions about the past.
No, I said technology currently available.
Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure we were all clear on
Yeah.
the time frames when we're talking about current as opposed to when discussions took
Would
place.
it surprise you if I told you that a couple of years ago it would take minutes?
Well, you and I disagree about the foundation for your representations.
Okay, in paragraph 4, you set forth 4 conditions working together to provide a safety net for the protection of your copyrighted interest in movies.
Yes.
Okay, would you describe these 4 items taken together as a regime of copy protection?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Would you describe these 4 items taken together as a regime of copy protection?
Well, you could say that.
Okay. And in other words, each piece working together as a whole would provide the copy protection required.
Yes,
By
we felt that we could not work with them alone.
And any one piece separately was not adequate to provide the required copy protection.
Are you asking whether the witness had that understanding at some point in the past, or are you asking her whether she'll accept your characterization of it as she sits here today?
I'm asking if that's what she's saying in this part of her declaration.
The document speaks for itself.
Is that a fair statement of what you're saying in this declaration? In paragraph 4 of this declaration?
I do think that it says exactly what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
We're relying on these conditions working together to provide a safety net.
Does that mean that no one of these or no 2 of these together would be sufficient to provide the required copy protection?
Calls for speculation. It's an incomplete hypothetical.
You can answer the question.
We felt that to have a full system, we needed all of the pieces. That one piece alone would not be adequate enough.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Has there been an immediate and irreparable injury to Warner Brothers, Warner Home Video, as a result of the availability of DCSS on the internet?
I believe there has.
What is that irreparable injury?
The irreparable injury is that DCSS makes a clear copy of our copyrighted works, which can currently be downloaded into many, many, many homes, businesses, universities, and that since it's out there, it's only going to get worse, and it's going to get worse rapidly.
Okay, what's the factual basis for that statement?
My basis for that statement is...
the facts upon which you base that statement.
Okay, we have seen on the internet the quality of our movies get better and better because it's being taken from a better source.
Okay.
Okay? We've also seen...
Now wait, you've testified that you haven't seen this. You've been told about this.
We, that's why I said we,
Okay.
not me.
Okay, so it's improved quality.
We improved quality, in inclusion, I believe, of some of our enhancements from our DVDs. And our knowledge of the way what happened is, right now, even if there's one person who has a pristine copy of a DVD movie, and don't forget, they don't degenerate when they're copied over and over again.
Okay.
As the combination of compression technology, bandwidth, and capacity moves ever greater, the irreparable harm of a file sharing system like Napster or Nutella, it's already started. It's already sharing.
Okay.
It's already up there.
Okay.
It's only going to get worse.
Tell me one movie. What's the factual basis of saying it's already up there? What movie is up there?
Okay, first of all, I already testified that I can't tell you that one movie.
He's just asking you to elucidate. He's really, to be fair, he's not asking you to go back over the previous questions. He's just asking you what you meant by it's already up there.
Okay, there are, from what I understand, and I don't spend my time looking at this,
Okay.
but from what I understand, there are hundreds of motion pictures, whether they're ours or they're Paramount's or Disney's, available on the web.
Okay, and are they available on Nutella?
I don't know the
Are they
answer.
available on Napster?
I don't know how they're available. Okay?
Okay, are they available on any file sharing network?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Do you know if any of those movies that are available on the internet are, quote, pristine copies? Has anyone told you that? I mean, I take it you don't know personally, but has anyone informed you of that? And actually, I'm sorry, answer, if you would, both questions, whether you know personally and if anyone has informed you of that.
I don't know personally. I have been told that the quality is increasingly getting better.
Okay, you've been told the quality is better. Has anyone told you that a movie on the internet is a, quote, pristine copy? I'm quoting you.
I don't think I've heard that exact word.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you say pristine copy, you're talking about a full DVD, i.e. 7 gigabyte, whatever it is?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of a full DVD? And or has anyone ever told you of a full DVDs being transmitted over the internet?
No.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you, or is it your understanding, that a full DVD, i.e. a pristine copy that has been compressed using the DivX compression that you referred to before, is the same quality as the pristine copy of the DVD?
Ambiguous. Lex Foundation.
I've been told that if you have the capacity, that if you use DCSS, which gives you a perfect copy, unencrypted, and you use DivX, compression, that you get a very good DVD quality. I don't know if it's exactly DVD quality.
Is it I'm sorry.
But very high quality.
Have you been told it's a pristine copy?
I've been told it's a very high quality copy.
Okay, so the answer is no. You have not been told that it's a pristine
I think
copy.
she's already told you that she doesn't remember anybody using the word pristine. And if that's what you mean when you're asking the question in quotes, the witness has already told you it's her word.
Okay.
It's my word.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you that it's an equivalent copy?
Yes.
That it's the same as a DVD? After it's been DivX, that it's the same? That's what I mean by equivalent.
High quality. No one has guaranteed to me that it's exactly the same quality. Of course, DVD movies themselves can be of different quality.
Has anyone told you that it's the same quality? That a movie that has been compressed using DivX is the same quality as the movie prior to its being compressed using DivX?
No.
Asked and answered.
Do you have any idea what the difference in size is between a movie that's been a DVD movie and a DVD that has been compressed using DivX?
Asked and answered.
Assuming that
No.
that's after. Okay, when will the increased bandwidth and improved compression technologies and increased capacity make it possible to send a DVD over the internet?
I think it's already there.
What do you mean by that?
I believe that there are a multitude of businesses, universities, and homes that can do that now.
Do you have any basis for that statement?
Sure.
What is the factual basis for that statement?
I've read many articles and listened to many speeches both within my company and outside, how available broadband is, DSL, new compression techniques, how the universities are wired with their Ethernet connections. It can be done now, and we just discussed how.
What can be done now? Sending a movie on the internet or sending a movie somewhere else? I mean, my question was on the internet, not within a campus on an Ethernet, but on the internet. And you're saying it can be done now. A DVD movie can be sent. Do you know? Is that your answer?
It is her answer. Obviously, it is. That's what she testified to. And I think she spent the majority of the afternoon telling you about the various sources of information on that topic.
Or rather, telling me that there is no source of information from that other than that is what she's been told, or that is what she's read somewhere. I mean, I would like to know, if this is your testimony, I would like to know what the specific, why you say it's here now. Now, let me ask a series of questions. It's true that you've said that you're unaware of that ever happening. Is that correct?
Let's
DVD movies being sent over the internet.
Let's take a step at a time, because it's hard for me.
That's a straightforward.
No, Ed, let's just be clear on this. It's hard for me to figure out how that's different than the dozen or so questions she's been asked so far. If the question is, does she have the technological foundation for what you've just said, she's plainly testified to you that she is not personally familiar with those facts, other than as she's testified.
I really, what I'm trying to get at is if there's any basis for her testimony other than that's what she's saying.
Well,
and so far,
how many ways can she say it? She said that she has. You've chosen what to ask her.
Yeah.
All right. So now you're seeking to characterize.
This is coming out of her declaration.
Okay. So what is it you're referring to?
Okay. Make it store. Hold on a second. I asked her what is the immediate and irreparable injury that was set forth, as she said in paragraph 6.
Right.
And the immediate and irreparable injury is the possibility that DVD movies can be sent over the internet. And I asked her what's the basis of that, and she says that this is what she's been told, and this is what she's read, and she's been to conferences and heard. And then I said, and when will this happen? And she says, it's here now.
Right.
And I ask what the basis for saying it's here now is. And she says it's in companies and universities. And, maybe the question should be, what's the basis for that statement?
Okay.
What is the factual basis for that statement?
Let's just, because obviously it's already 6:15, and that this is a fact deposition, you and I are now engaged in interpretation of what the witness's conclusions may or may not involved as far as assumptions are concerned. I will tell you that I think the record is clear that as to the technical issues you are asking about, this witness is not testifying from firsthand knowledge on technical issues. She is a business person as well as a lawyer, and she has drawn certain conclusions based on technical information that's been provided to her by others. That much is clear on the record. And you can argue anything you want to about the basis and validity of her conclusions. But the facts with respect to them, I think, are amply demonstrated in your record. You can make what conclusions you want to about it, and we'll do the same.
I understand that. I am compelled, however, to ask Ms. King what the basis of your statement that it's here now, and talking about the ability to send DVD movies over the internet.
And she's testified to that.
Go ahead.
I have to say it again?
If it helps us get past this point, sure, why not?
I can see a handful of questions and then we're done with this.
It's my understanding that once you have the movie and you use DSS, have it in the clear, then you can use div with the capital X compression systems and send it and people can download it onto their hard drives or see it or whatever, and that's here now. Now it depends on the timing of that, how much capacity you have, how much bandwidth is coming into you.
What is capacity?
How big your hard drive is.
Okay.
Okay. If it's going to take up your whole hard drive, that's one thing. If it's going to, but that capacity is increasing, as well as bandwidth is increasing, and compression with MP3, MP4, that this could be widely available now. And I'm not talking hundreds, and I could be talking millions, and I can't quantify that.
Millions
of people that could do this. I'm not saying they are doing it, but could do this. It's only going to get worse.
The current technology exists for perhaps millions of people to find and download DVDs on the internet.
Sure.
That's your testimony. Okay. Let me show you a document here. So we mark what is it?
King Exhibit 2?
King Exhibit 2. Oh, here we go. You should let the reporter mark it. No, note.
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay. I'll note that this is a interoffice memo to Warren Lieberfart from Louis Ostrover and Marsha King. It's production number W14333 through W14335. It's been marked attorney-client work product outside counsel's eyes only. I have no problem handing it to Ms. King because she's one of the authors of it. And in fact, that's my first question. Are you one of the authors of this memo?
You let the witness have a moment to review it.
Yes,
Can
of course.
I read it?
Yeah, of course.
As a matter of fact, why don't we go off the record for just a moment so I can use the restroom and she can read the document.
Okay.
6:25 p.m. We'll go off the record. The time is 6:35 p.m. and we're back on the record.
Have you had an opportunity to take a look at this memorandum?
Yes.
Is this a memorandum that you wrote?
With Louis Ostrover, yes.
Okay. If you look at the second paragraph,
Yes.
can you tell me? It says that in the short term, high quality copy or transmission of is prohibited or prevented by the lack of appropriate technologies, including insufficient bandwidth, modem speeds, and recorder capacities. What was the bandwidth at the time that you wrote this memorandum, if you recall?
Ambiguous.
The reason it was written by both of us is because it's a combination of technology and strategy and legal issues. Therefore, I didn't know the bandwidth. I mean, I don't know the answer to that question, is what I'm saying.
Okay. I take it the bandwidth and modem speeds and such like that were contributed by Mr. Ostrover.
Sure.
Okay. In the next...
No. We both contributed it. I just don't remember. I mean, I knew that bandwidth was not great at that time in '97, and that the modem speeds were fairly slow, and that the recorder capacities were limited. I knew that, but the numbers I don't know.
Do you know what the modem speed was in 1997, July?
No.
Okay. The DVD copy protection that was adopted, as discussed in this memorandum, does that permit persons who've purchased a DVD to access the movie on the DVD in order to, let's say, take a 30-second clip of it to use in a high school term paper?
Calls for a legal conclusion. We're not going to get into hypothetical legal conclusions.
That's
here,
not
counsel.
a legal conclusion. I am
Sure
asking.
it is.
I am asking first and foremost, as a matter of fact, does it permit the person to do it?
The document is a license agreement that speaks for itself.
This is not a license agreement.
Just so we're clear.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is a memorandum
Yeah,
on long-term
this
digital copy and
document,
transmission protection.
this document is not
Yeah.
what you just asked a question about. You asked your question whether the licensing scheme referred to in this document allowed for somebody to engage in a particular act, which I submit to you is a hypothetical, and to draw the conclusion about whether it was allowed under that licensing scheme.
Let me be simple. That's not what I said. And we can go back and look at it, but rather than do that, why don't I just repeat the question, which is the copy protection scheme. And I'm not talking about a licensing scheme. I'm talking about the copy protection scheme. And the reason I say copy protection scheme is because, as you said before in your declaration, it's more than one thing. It's not just CSS, it's other elements as well. Does that copy protection scheme permit a person who has purchased a DVD to access the movie on the DVD and take, let's say, a 30-second clip of that for use in a high school term paper?
Ambiguous, calls for a legal conclusion.
Go ahead, you can answer it.
No.
Okay. Is that type of use technologically barred by the copy protection technologies used on DVDs?
Ambiguous.
You can answer it.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another document, which I guess is King Exhibit 3.
Do you want to put something on there? Okay.
Let's look at 2 for one last question.
Sure.
On page 2, halfway down, it says upshot. And it says, quote, DVD content is secure in the short term and will be secure in the long term. How will DVD content be secure in the long term?
Calls for a conclusion. The document speaks for itself.
Go ahead, you can answer.
What we were saying is the combination, as we discussed before, of technology, contractual limitations, and anti-circumvention litigation would help us to have secure. At least we were hoping that it would be secure in the long term.
Okay. Okay, let's look at King Exhibit 3. Do you recognize?
Yes.
Do you recognize this? What is it?
I transmitted to Warren Lieberfarb, who I report to, and Louis Ostrover, Dean Mark's testimony.
Okay, and in that first line, you say that the Copyright Office, that little blurb,
Yes.
you say Copyright Office was considering passing exception for circumvention of DVD based on the Linux operating system. Could you explain what you're referring to there?
Okay, according to Dean is how that starts.
Okay.
That's what he told me. I know no more than that.
Okay. Do you know what the Linux operating system is?
I just know that it's an open architecture operating system.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure I know. I don't want to define it. I don't know how to do that.
Okay. Have you read the testimony of Dean Marks?
The attached testimony.
Yeah, the attached testimony of Dean Marks, yeah.
I read it, or at least skimmed it, when I sent this.
I'm sorry?
I read it, or at least skimmed it when I sent this to
Okay. And this is testimony of Dean Marks on behalf of Time Warner Inc. Is he speaking, and the MPAA? To your knowledge, was Dean Marks speaking for Time Warner and the MPAA when he made this testimony?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. On page 2, page 2.
Yes.
Which Bates number is it? Because
I'm sorry.
is that
what am I
page 1 of the
describing?
testimony, or
Yeah, this is an email with an attached document that's date stamp W05206 through 05212. And it's an email from Marsha King to Warren Lieberfarber and Louis Osterhofer dated May 23rd, 2000. And the attached document is testimony of Dean Marks on behalf of Time Warner Inc. and the Motion Picture Association of America, entitled the DMCA Section 1201A1 hearing in Stanford, California, May 18 and 19, 2000. And I'm just looking at page 05208, which is page 2, and the page numbers of the attached document are in the bottom right-hand corner. The first full paragraph, Mr. Marks says that an underlying assumption of many of the remarks made in the course of this inquiry, and I will tell you that that's the 1201A1 inquiry, is that technological protection measures will be used to take away works from users or to deny access.
the document speaks for itself?
The document
it
speaks for
says
itself. That's
something
what it
a little
says.
different, but you're characterizing it.
Well, then if I misread it, I apologize. But that's essentially that's what it says. Do you know what take works away from users or deny access means in the context of this document?
I think the document says what it says.
Okay.
I can't look into Dean's mind.
Okay. Does the copy protection technology permit access? The copy protection technology used on DVDs permit persons who purchase DVDs to access the material on the disc?
Are you reading something?
No, I'm asking you that.
Would you read back the question?
Question, does the copy protection technology access the copy protection technology used on DVDs permit people who use DVDs to access the material on the disc?
Yes, it permits them to, as long as it's in a licensed player.
Okay, what kind of access does it grant them?
They can watch the movie as many times as they want once they've bought a DVD.
Okay, so access is access to view?
Access to view.
Is it access to do anything else? Is it access, in other words, is it access to the actual material on the digital versatile disc, the DVD?
That's plainly ambiguous. She's already told you that it's access of the data for purposes of viewing. You now mean something else.
Yeah. No, she didn't say it's access to the data. She's access to view.
Well, now we're in a semantic discussion.
Okay, my question is this. Does a person have actual access to the data? And by that, obviously...
Okay, I'm not a technologist. It's access to view.
Okay, access to view. Does a person who purchases a DVD have access to use the data on the disc?
No.
Okay. Does a person who purchases a DVD have access to view on any DVD drive or any DVD player?
Ambiguous.
And I mean anyone in the world.
Ambiguous.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Any a DVD player that has taken out a license to decrypt the encryption would provide access to a DVD.
Okay. Do you know if there's a Linux DVD player that is currently available?
Yes.
What is it?
I think one's called Sigma. I know there's over two. I mean, two or more.
Okay, do you know if they're actually available or if they're just vaporware? If you understand. Do you understand that term, vaporware?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you know if they're actually available?
I've been told they're available. I don't actually know if they're
Okay.
available because I've never bought one.
Who told you that they're available?
Dean Marks told me they were available.
Do you know if he tried to purchase a Linux DVD player?
No.
Okay, do you know if anybody, anyone on the plaintiffs or the MPAA has actually tried to get one of the available, in quotes, available
I don't
Linux
know,
DVD
know if
players?
they're available. I know that more than two have been granted licenses by DVD CCA,
Mm-hmm.
and whether they're available, I don't know.
How much does a license cost? A DVD CCA license?
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
$10,000.
Okay, is that for a single license?
From what I understand, it's for a license to make as many machines or do whatever you want with it.
Okay. How many licenses do you need to make a DVD player?
From DVD CCA?
Yeah.
1.
Do you know how many licenses a DVD CCA offers?
You mean different types?
Different types of licenses.
No, I'm not aware of the different types of licenses. Maybe there's more than one. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. And you don't know if more than one type of license is required in order to make a DVD player?
I think 1 is required.
Do you know that, or that's what you think?
Implementation, that's what I think.
Okay. And
This time when you ask her for a contract interpretation, you want her to know, not just think. Usually all you want is an opinion.
I know. I'm asking if she knows this, and this is not a contract interpretation.
I understand.
I'm not asking her, what it means. I'm asking if there's more than one license offered, and if more than one license is required in order to make a DVD player.
Okay.
What's the basis of that knowledge?
I was involved in the negotiations and the creation of the original CSS license agreement.
The interim license agreement?
Yes,
Okay.
but I haven't been involved now in years, I think. So I'm not up to speed exactly with their current practices.
So
I did not do the negotiation for Warner Brothers.
Okay, but this is your recollection of what the license provided, the interim
Yes,
license
yes.
provided. Okay. Turning to page 3 and 4, bottom of 3, carrying on 4. Mr. Marks is discussing the need for a bilateral. He says that to work properly, copy protection technologies must be bilateral. The technologies applied by content owners need to function with the consumer electronics and computer devices. And then on the top of page 4, bottom page 3, top of page 4, it says rather copy protection technologies such as the CSS system for DVD require a high level of consensus among the content industry and the consumer electronics and computer industries. Was there at any time, was there any effort by the 3 industries that were involved in establishing the DVD copy protection technologies and the DVD copy protection regime? Was there any effort to get feedback from members of the public, of consumers, as to what consumers thought would be appropriate?
Would you read back the question?
Question, was there any effort by the 3 industries that were involved in establishing the DVD copy protection technologies and the DVD copy protection regime, was there any effort to get feedback from members of the public, the consumers, as to what consumers thought would be appropriate?
Ambiguous, unintelligible. About what?
Go ahead. You can answer that question.
I'd like to answer it in 2 parts. The first part is that as far as the Copy Protection Technical Working Group, it met like once every 2 weeks at the beginning. Now I think it meets every month or every other month, but those meetings were always announced publicly. They were open to the public, and anyone that wanted to could attend, and many different industries sat in on those meetings. They were open discussions. They were never meant to be closed. That's first of all. And then when you talk about the regime, the passage of implementing legislation of WIPO was, of course, legislative, and the public did have a right to comment and did.
Okay.
So, I mean, the regime carries a lot of different pieces to it. As far as the protections of our work and I mean, there were lawyers at these CPTWG meetings that represent the home, some public groups. I mean, you know, so I can't, Home Recording Rights Coalition or something like that, represented by lawyers, and they were in these meetings as well. So the public was represented in various different ways in this entire process.
Okay, by groups at the CPTWG meetings?
By groups at the CPTWG meetings, by the public debate over the DMCA, through Congress and their representatives, etc. I mean, so to a greater or lesser extent.
Okay. Do you know what Libid is?
No.
Okay. You said before that Linux was, to your understanding, an open source architecture. What do you mean by open source architecture?
You know what? I'm not exactly sure I know a precise definition, but you know, I don't want to speculate.
Do you know anything? I don't mean this in a negative way. I mean this in a cut to the chase kind of way.
Yes.
Do you know anything about how Libid programs for use on the Linux operating system are developed?
No.
Do you see on page 5 in the middle, there's a mention of this case.
Yes.
And then it says, then Mr. Mark says that the case involves violations of 1201A2, the prohibitions concerning circumvention devices, products or services, and therefore is not directly relevant to the issue at hand in this hearing, namely 1201A1. Do you agree with that characterization?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm asking if you agree with Mr. Marks.
And it calls for a legal conclusion.
To the extent that he's made one in this document, but...
Well, you look, just...
Go ahead. Yeah, let's not argue about it. Yeah.
The problem is that all I did is make an objection.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
And you're arguing it.
Yeah, I know.
He made a conclusion.
That's
now
fine.
You're asking the witness to make a
go ahead.
conclusion.
I can't make a conclusion because I'm not intimately familiar with Section 1201A2 as opposed to 1201A1.
Okay.
But Dean Marks is a very intelligent gentleman.
Okay. Do you know if this is the actual text of the speech that, or the statement that he submitted to the Copyright Office?
What did I say at the beginning?
I mean, if you look at the...
Well, if you look at the cover, he says, attached is the written statement I submitted to the Copyright Office. I don't think this is a transcript of his actual testimony.
But this is the statement he submitted, according...
Well, look, you're asking her to draw a conclusion. It says what it says.
My question is, why is this attorney-client work product outside counsel's eyes only?
No, I think that, look, you and I can spend a lot of time on issues like this. This witness, it's already almost 7 o'clock. This witness has been here since 2:30, and under objection starting that late as it is. You want to talk about this now instead of asking more questions?
You know what? I just requested that tag be removed.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. With respect to the first page, I think it's appropriate. With respect to the rest of it, I think probably the attachment is inadvertent because I know that same document appears elsewhere without that tag.
Okay.
And that is elsewhere in the production.
Okay. Let's move on. Let's see how quickly I can get through this stuff. Okay, take a look at the document, which is notes of a DVD CPTWG meeting, January 1997. It's sent from Paul Eggy to Fritz Attaway. And this is King Exhibit 4.
Yes?
Did you attend the meeting that That these are the notes of?
It says I did.
Okay. Do you remember this meeting at all?
I remember being in San Jose on a few occasions.
Okay.
And can I, Counsel, just for the record, I note that there are two separate dates on page one. One says January 14, 97. The other one says Notes from San Jose DVD CP Twig meeting January 13, 1996.
And then if you look at the next page,
it says 97.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that it's 97. Is that your recollection, Ms. King? Okay.
I've never seen this document, and so I don't know.
Okay. You've never seen this document?
No. I don't think so.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the meeting?
Generally, I went to some CPTWG meetings, so I remember this basically.
Okay. Can you tell me what the regional control in DVD is?
Where are you looking?
I'm just asking a question.
Okay, then
You don't have to look at the document.
don't look at the document and listen to his question. I know that's sometimes confusing.
Okay. Regional control is the ability of a content owner, if they desire, to have their movies play only in certain regions around the world.
Okay, is that part of the copy protection regime of that
No, it's
on
not.
DVDs?
No, it's not.
Okay. Does it have anything to do with copy protection?
Ambiguous.
You can answer.
Yes.
What does it have to do with copy protection?
Well, due to various reasons, motion picture studios have traditionally released their product at different times around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Availability of screens, different versions due to censorship requirements, different holidays, whatever it is, to maximize their revenues. Therefore, if a movie is in release in the United States, but it's not yet in release in someplace else, we wouldn't want it shipped there. So if you have your videos coming out, let's say 6 months from your theatrical release, and the United States came first, the video could come out here before it's available in other places in the world because of the time to exploit the movie theatrically. Therefore, we may not want it out yet and don't want it shipped. We don't want it transshipped from the United States to other areas around the world. And that's what regional coding is all about.
Okay, and how is that part of copy protection?
It's part of copy protection because it's just one more, arrow in your quiver when it's first released in the United States on DVD, that if it hadn't been released in France yet or it hadn't been released in Taiwan yet, you couldn't just take a Region 1 DVD and ship it there and then ruin your theatrical exhibition.
But how is that related to copy protection? It sounds to me what you're saying. I'm not trying to argue with you, but you keep talking about theatrical release and not ruining theatrical release and not copy protection. My question is, how does that...
It doesn't stop copying. It just stops playback.
Okay, and it stops playback of...
I'm sorry I wasn't clear. It just stops playback.
Of DVDs that have been purchased in the United States?
Purchased in the United States.
And playing on CSS licensed machines in some other part of the world?
That's correct.
Okay, so it stops playback of a CSS licensed disc on a CSS licensed machine.
It
in different regions.
Playback of a CSS licensed Region 1 disc from playback on a CSS licensed Region 2 player.
Okay, would you agree that that doesn't have anything to do with copy protection?
It's not under the narrow definition of copy protection. It doesn't.
Okay.
I look at copy protection sort of bigger than that. So, in your definition, no, it doesn't.
Okay. Does the region? I mean, let me get to your definition then. Why is that part of your definition? Does it have anything to do with?
It has nothing to do with preventing copying. No.
Okay. Do you know if DCSS facilitates the evasion of region coding?
No, I don't know that.
Are you familiar with the company called the RAND Corporation?
Yes.
Did the RAND Corporation ever do a study of CSS?
Oh, that sounds familiar. They may have.
Do you know what their conclusion was?
I don't remember.
Do you know the IBM Almaden Research Center?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if they did a study of CSS?
They may have also. This is all vaguely familiar.
Did you ever see a study of CSS?
Did I ever see any of these studies?
Yeah. Did you ever see the study by the IBM Almaden Research Center of CSS?
I might have seen it under a non-disclosure.
Scott, this is Marsh. Attorney's eyes, outside counsel's eyes only. It's Sony production numbers S177 through S180.
Is this the same document we looked at in the Hoy
That's
deposition?
entirely possible.
Didn't it become a Hoy exhibit?
It may
Do you
have, but I
remember?
don't have that exhibits with me.
Okay.
And my question is simply, do you have an objection to Ms. King looking at it?
No, certainly not for purposes of identification.
Okay. Can you take a look at this?
Do you
Yeah,
want
let's
to
mark it.
Okay.
King. It's 5, please.
If you have an extra copy handy, I'd
Did I not give
be
you?
happy to have it. Actually, I just gave it back to the court reporter.
No, I have one for you too.
Good deal.
Okay.
Have you ever seen this before?
I think I attended a discussion where this was shown on slides.
Okay. Is this a PowerPoint presentation or something like that?
Yeah, it could have been.
Okay. If you look at the second page, which is S178,
Yes.
I'll note if there's a date at the bottom left of each page of 11/17/97.
Yes.
Does that strike you as being more or less when you saw a slide presentation?
I can't remember, but I do remember that this slide presentation was really technical.
Okay. With respect to exporting 40-bit keys, if you look at the bottom left on the second page, that S178, where it says exportability,
Yes.
does this refresh your recollection as to whether you can export greater than 40-bit encryption? And I'm looking where it says exportability. You can export greater than 40-bit encryption, but you need an export license and a plan.
I don't remember this specifically, but I see it.
Okay. If you look in the right-hand column, the middle box,
Yes.
where it says, are 40-bit keys sufficient? And then it says only days to crack on a PC or even less.
Where does it say that?
So
Middle
it's the
right.
Middle one on the right
Oh.
side.
Does that refresh your recollection as to how long the DVD, well, the CPTWG were informed it would take to crack a 40-bit key?
Well, this is long after we adopted CSS.
That's fine.
So,
My question is, does it refresh your recollection as to being told how long it takes to crack?
Well, you're assuming that the statement is correct, but I accept the notion that this says what it says, and,
Right.
and you can the witness can tell you whether it refreshes her recollection that she'd heard it before.
I don't remember. I remember this being a very technical presentation, and I'm pretty sure that I did see a presentation. I don't remember this particular.
How about the next box down on the right-hand side? Security rules of thumb, where it says 40-bit keys are easy to break.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I remember what they were saying at this point in time was that if we were going to go to a digital transmission system or the next system, they were explaining to them what could be available that's stronger than what we already have. Mostly because I remember Diffie-Hellman.
I remember
Diffie-Hellman. Diffie-Hellman?
Yeah. Whit Diffie at Sun Microsystems. Okay.
They tried to explain. Okay.
Okay. Take a look at what we'll mark as King 7?
King 6.
King 6. This is a memorandum on which you're listed as one of the recipients. Do you recall getting it? I'll tell you what it is. It's a memorandum dated December 3rd, 1997. To various on MPAA, Motion Picture Association letterhead from Fritz Attaway, it appears, stands on the upper right-hand side, to Disney, Fox, MGM, Paramount, Sony, Universal, Warner, with CCs to 4 gentlemen.
Yes.
About a DVD calendar, CSS entity bylaws, and DTDG minutes.
Mm-hmm.
What is DTDG? DTDG.
I don't know.
Okay, did you get this document?
Did I get it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would assume I did.
Taking a look at it, do you remember reviewing it?
DTTG report. Yeah, I was copied on this, but at this point in time, I wasn't that actively involved in certainly these discussions.
Okay, do you know if this is talking about CSS?
Calls for a conclusion.
I'm asking her what she knows. I'm sorry. That's your objection. Go ahead.
Which part of it? The CSS, when they say CS entity bylaws, that's not what this is.
No, I'm talking about page 2.
I don't think they're talking about CSS.
What are they talking about? Do you know?
I think they're talking about a next generation technology.
Okay, so this is dated December 3rd, 1997.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, they being the CPTWG, I take it,
Yes.
was engaged in discussions about the next generation technology?
Well, let me just try to be a little clearer there.
Please.
One of the things that we had to resolve was digital transmission from one digital port to another. That may be what they were talking about. What has become 5C, the 5C technology, which is digital transmissions. I think they were looking looking at, I don't know the context, but we still didn't have our digital transmission protocols completed. We still didn't have our watermarking completed, so they were continuing to look at encryption technologies and cryptographic technologies. And that would be my understanding of this paper. I'm not saying it was a replacement for CSS. It could have been another thing like digital transmission, because I don't think this was a replacement.
Are they
So
still?
when I say next generation, I mean the next time we're going to use some type of encryption. And in 5C, they do have a much more robust encryption with different kinds of keys,
Okay.
etc.
In C5C, do they have more than 40-bit keys?
I believe they do.
Do they have a public key as opposed to a shared secret key?
I don't want to speculate.
Okay. Do you know if the CPTWG is still looking at a next generation technology for CSS?
Just when you say still, there's nothing that the witness just testified about that would suggest
Right,
that
the
they
still.
were.
Are they now looking at that?
At a new encryption technology? I don't believe that the CPTWG is doing that.
Okay. Do you know why in 1997, December 1997, the MPAA, if you look at number 3,
Page 3?
on page 2, number
Page
3,
2,
content cipher key length, that the MPAA requests some investigation into longer key lengths for encryption beyond 40 bits, and it goes on to say the MPAA members understands that longer key lengths can be made exportable with suitable key recovery techniques. Do you know why they're looking into that?
Well, I think we were trying to get more and more secure.
Okay. Was there perception that CSS was not secure?
No.
Was this based on any perception that the encryption technology used in CSS was weak?
No.
Why would you want to be more secure than the technology available or offered by CSS?
There were certain constraints when we adopted CSS, having to do with the 40 keys and the export regulations, as far as I know, having to do with time constraints, having to do with lots of reasons, financial constraints as well, because the consumer electronics companies didn't want to pay. I mean, there were business reasons and legal reasons, and so I think they were always looking in the next piece of the regime, let's call it, to make the encryption even more robust. Not CSS encryption necessarily, but the next level, whether it be digital transmission or whatever it was going to be.
Okay. Is there any plan to replace CSS at any time?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Was there a plan to replace the DVD technology with something new?
I mean, new format technology. You really mean replace, right? Because we've been talking about new generations of dissemination, which wouldn't replace; they're additive. And you mean now replace?
Yeah.
Okay.
Were there any discussions at the MPAA about a new technology to replace DVD?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. How about a format to succeed DVD?
Ambiguous.
Not that I know.
In other words, that they would both exist at the same time.
No.
Okay. Did you ever, you may have answered this, but, and I can show you a document that might refresh your recollection, but let me just establish that you don't recall. Did you ever review the report entitled Linux CSS Development Analysis by Robert Schumann?
No.
Did you receive a copy of it?
No.
Okay, let me show you. Let's just mark that as King 7. And I'm just going to ask you to take a look at it and see if that refreshes your recollection.
I don't have it.
Can you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you give me hers?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, is this is going to be marked?
Yeah.
You want me to have this copy marked?
Yeah.
Oh,
Please.
okay. That's
Yeah.
fine. I've written on it, unfortunately. I wrote King 7 on it when you told me that.
Oh, okay. Well, we put the sticker where King 7's right. This one doesn't have a staple on it. Sorry.
No, and you know what? I don't. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Take a moment to take a look at it. He'll ask you if you've ever seen it.
Okay.
Have you ever seen this before?
I can't say I haven't since my name is on it.
No.
Don't draw conclusions.
you
He's
can't.
really asking you. No, and let's be clear about it. Just because your name was on it
Doesn't mean
mean
you
you've
saw
ever
it.
seen
I
it. He and I completely
Yeah.
agree on that.
Okay, I don't remember this.
My office is full of stuff.
Yeah, you got it right.
I don't remember this at all.
Okay. Do you remember? Does this? If you turn to page, the second page, the third page along,
Yeah.
and the title page of the report.
Yes.
Does this refresh your recollection at all as to who Robert Schumann is?
No.
Okay.
What's your current expectation about when you're going to be done?
Should I hand this over here?
Yeah. Let's do this one. You know what might be useful is if I take 5 minutes and cull through the stack and try and pull out the ones that are most important.
Okay.
That would reduce the time. Then I could give you a better estimate.
Okay.
Okay.
So why don't we mark that and
Can we go take a quick break?
take a quick break.
Time is 7:20 p.m. and we're going off for that. The time is 7:34 p.m. and state number 3 has videotaped deposition of Marsha King.
While she's doing that, counsel, I believe while we're off the record that what you said was that you were aiming at 8:30 for a stop time for the deposition. Obviously, we've been here for 5 hours already, and it's 7:30 p.m. We're prepared as long as the witness is not too tired and able to continue to give you her best testimony to press on. And I appreciate your giving me an estimate of 1 more hour for you to conclude. We'll attempt to work with you to try to get it done. And as long as the witness is able to continue for another hour, we'll attempt to do that.
Thank you. And I appreciate your willingness to work with us. It's all on the worthy and capable shoulders of Ms. King, however.
Sure.
Now, before you spend all the time reading it, let me just ask you, have you seen this before?
Yes, I believe I have.
Okay, do you remember reading this, the article that's attached to this email, which is from Louis Ostrover to, among others, you?
I don't remember. I read so many articles, but I don't remember exactly reading this article, but I could have.
Okay. The attached article describes the
genesis of DCSS as arising in the context of making a DVD player for Linux. And that's a paraphrase of what's in the second full paragraph of the article. Was that the understanding of the plaintiffs in and around November 1999?
Lacks foundation.
It seems,
King 8.
You mean the answer to the question?
Yes.
The witness was just indicating that she thinks that the information she has on that is privileged.
It's privileged whether the plaintiffs understood that the DCSS was created in the context of making a Linux DVD player?
Let me just amplify the point. It may be that each of the plaintiffs, I'm speculating, it may be that each of the plaintiffs separately had information regarding the source of the hack. The witness's understanding of what information those plaintiffs may have had other than Warner Brothers would have come through her communications with counsel during the time in which potential litigation was being discussed. So the way you've formed the question, I think you've limited it to counsel's source. I'm sure there's ways to ask the question which don't so limit it.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me say, first of all, I'm not asking about the source of DCSS. I'm asking about what it was your understanding was the reason why DCSS was created. Now, is your answer to that any understanding you have as to why DCSS is created came from counsel?
That's correct.
Okay. Were the plaintiffs discussing litigation on and around November 5th, 1999?
You can answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
To the best of my recollection. I don't know exact date,
Okay.
but early on.
Okay. Did you or any of the plaintiffs, to your knowledge, learn about the reason for the creation of DCSS from any source other than counsel? As, for example, from articles in various news magazines or other sources?
It looks to me that Lewis certainly learned something from articles,
Mm-hmm.
which is part of his job. He reads about new technology.
Okay. And was this the understanding set forth in this article one that was shared by the plaintiffs?
You're asking her now whether she understood the plaintiffs to agree with what's stated in this article, and I think she's told you the only information she has on this subject came from counsel. So I don't know how that's really different than what you asked earlier, and on which I instructed her not to answer for the attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I'm not sure that if I'm not sure. I'm asking. But let me ask you: did you read this article and agree with this article?
Asked and answered. She told you she doesn't remember whether she read this article or not.
Do you remember? Well, but you remember the conclusion set forth in this article.
I remember generally that I heard about some of the things that were in this article from the discussions with counsel.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear. It's plaintiff's position that any information that plaintiffs got from counsel about the reason for the creation of DCSS is privileged.
No. Let's just be crystal clear. To the extent that this witness has information regarding the excuses that may have been offered either by the originators of DECSS or proffered by the author of this particular article. And I don't believe you're suggesting that this person had firsthand knowledge. This witness has that information through counsel. I'm not suggesting to you that the plaintiffs have only information from counsel on this subject. But this witness has testified it's the only source of information that she has.
Is that your testimony? Your only source of information about whether DCSS was created as part of a project to make a Linux-based DVD player is from counsel?
If that's what I said, then I misspoke. So just let's be clear.
Okay.
This witness says that whether or not the plaintiffs agreed with the assertion in this article comes from counsel. She's also said she's seen other articles which discuss the origin of the hack.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you tell me what you know that you didn't learn from counsel about the...
My recollection of this time period, around this time period, was there were a lot of phone calls that were with counsel, not to mention the subject matter. My position at Warner Home Video, my day job is not any of this. So I only had limited amount of time to focus on the issues. And I'm being frank with you. Most of the time I focused on this issue was through the information I was getting from these conference calls that I was participating in at the time. Lewis, in the meantime, and rightfully so, that's part of his job, was sending around memorandum, and he does that all the time. I read some of the things he sends me. I don't read other things he sends me. It all depends on how much time I have in a day, how important I think the document is, etc. This particular article is not something I remember discussing on any of these phone calls. Therefore, I couldn't answer your question. I knew about sort of this fact scenario, but not in the way that this article is written.
Okay.
Is that responsive? Is that okay?
It's fine.
Is it true, and I'm just going to ask you this without asking, don't refer to the exhibit. Is it true that CSS was never intended to be a serious deterrent to piracy, but only to prevent casual copying?
It is true that we always knew the possibility existed for a serious pirate to have the means and the wherewithal to be able to hack it, so that we knew the possibility existed.
To hack?
To hack the encryption.
Okay.
If you have unlimited time and resources and bandwidth, etc., the possibility existed.
Why is bandwidth relevant to hacking
Oh, maybe I've misspoken.
CSS?
If you have a powerful enough computer and you're smart enough, and there was that possibility if you wanted to spend the time and the money and the effort and you had the right equipment.
Is it necessary to decrypt CSS or crack? Sorry, strike that. Is it necessary to crack CSS in order to make copies of DVDs?
Ambiguous. Lacks foundation.
You can answer.
I think you can make a copy of a DVD, but you can't play it.
Have you ever heard
It's
of
encrypted.
Have you ever heard of a bit-by-bit copy?
I'm not familiar with that term.
Okay. Are you aware of any copies of DVDs that have been made on professional mastering and professional replication equipment that not only contains encrypted files but also contains CSS?
Ambiguous, unintelligible.
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know what.
Have you ever heard of pirated DVDs that have on them not just encrypted files but also CSS so that they're playable on any machine?
They have the encryption. They're still encrypted and they're playable on a non-authorized machine.
on an authorized machine.
Well, authorized machines decrypt CSS.
Right.
So, therefore, they're playable. I may be missing the question.
Right. What I'm asking is, are you aware that there are pirated DVDs that are playable on authorized machines?
Pirated DVDs that are playable on authorized machines.
They're pirated with the encryption on them.
Yeah.
She's not getting that.
I know.
You mean okay, let me see if I can parse this a bit.
Mm-hmm.
A DVD that's made, for example, from a laser disc.
That's not what
Is
I'm
a
talking about.
pirated DVD.
Let me ask you a more specific question. A pirated DVD that is an exact copy of a legal DVD, down to having the CSS on the DVD.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I'm not aware of that.
You
It's
haven't
not
heard.
something I really talked about, I don't think.
Okay, and have you ever heard of that kind of what's called a bit by bit pirated DVD?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know? Okay, never mind. Start that. Let's take a look at this next document. We'll mark as King 9.
Okay, do you want me to read it, the whole thing, or?
Well, first of all, have you take a look at it and tell me if you've seen this before?
I've seen it.
Okay, this is have you seen the attack? This is an email from Michael
Morazida.
Morazida to Marsha King,
Yes,
dated 8/9/96.
yes,
Okay, and it attaches a digital video disc copyright protection draft proposal Unified Policy Committee.
yes,
Have you seen that before?
yes.
Did you participate in the drafting of this?
No,
Okay. Do you remember what this document is?
I think it was an internal document that was prepared for Intel purposes.
Okay, what does that mean?
Michael Morazida was the Intel representative in CPTWG and on various committees to negotiate the CSS license, and he was the main contributor on the sort of legal policy side from Intel in our discussions, and this is something he prepared for internal use within Intel.
Okay, within Intel.
Yes.
Now, what was Intel's connection to the DVD CCA or the CPTWG?
From the time that the computer industry joined our discussions, they gave input as to what their industry would accept in terms of copy protection, and what they wanted, what they could do, what chips are. I mean, they gave all kinds of technological, legal, policy, strategy. I mean, they participated. And from the very beginning, Michael was basically the Intel person, not technical. A gentleman by the name of Brendan Trow is technical, but he's very technologically savvy, although he's an attorney.
Did the computer industry want a less robust encryption protection utilized on DVDs?
No.
Less robust than the content people, the movie industry?
No.
Everybody was agreed on how strong the encryption technology should be. Is that what you're saying?
It was a discussion.
Okay. Well, I'm taking from that it was a discussion where parties started with different positions and worked towards a common position.
Well, the computer industry said, how much do you want to spend? How much do you want us to spend? You can have Fort Knox, you can have nothing. You can, it all depends on what you're willing. There were financial constraints, legal constraints, timing constraints, all kinds of
What were the
constraints.
financial constraints?
Well, how much does a chip cost? How quick, if someone developed this encryption, how much would they charge as a license fee? As it turns out, Matsushita and Toshiba donated the technology.
Okay. Was it an issue that a more complex encryption would require more computing power and be more of a drain on the computer's microprocessor?
Well, I don't remember all the arguments, but that certainly might have been part of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if you look on the first page of the digital video disc copyright protection draft proposal,
Yes.
would you agree? Tell me, were all of these objectives that everybody in the CPTWG adopted?
The documents speak for themselves.
Yep. I'm asking if all the participants adopted the objectives set forth here.
Yeah, I think there are documents which show what they did adopt, and I think you're basically asking the witness to compare this to another document that's not in front of her.
What's the question?
Did the participants in the CPTWG adopt these objectives?
Okay, there was a joint press release, which I'm sure you probably found in somebody's files, including mine, that was released when we adopted the principles of copy protection, and this is similar to that, and that was agreed to by all the parties. This, as I said, was an internal Intel document that Michael provided to me.
Okay. On the second page, where it says overview and basic approach,
Yes.
and it says casual home copy of motion pictures will be primarily addressed by technical copy protection. Casual home copying of motion pictures will be primarily addressed by technical copy protection methods. How was that to work?
Calls for a conclusion.
You can answer.
Well, I didn't write this, but you can't just copy a DVD disc. A consumer, the average consumer, cannot copy a DVD disc onto a VCR like he or she would be able to copy the movie of the week on NBC.
Okay. So when it says primarily addressed, does that mean it would be blocked by technical copy protection methods?
Calls for speculation and a conclusion.
You can answer.
I don't know what was in Michael's mind, but I think that what he was saying is you'll be stopped by the encryption.
Okay. Hosannas all around, huh? Can you tell me what the 7 principles of CPTWG are?
By memory?
This is so reminiscent of the Baltimore Catechism under the circumstances.
No, we'll pass over. But It's neither.
Why is this night different? Yeah, okay.
I can't do it by heart.
What's your best recollection? For the simple reason that it's not written down in this document, so there's no point in my showing you a document on this. So what's your recollection? Are these 7 principles what's in the press release, or is that something different?
I think it's something different, but the 7 principles were, in terms of the Copy Protection Technical Working Group, how we were trying to come up with some general, publicly acknowledged principles of what we were doing. And I don't want to, I was there when they wrote them down on the board and copied them, but I don't remember them.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of any of them?
I don't want to speculate.
I'm not asking you to speculate. What I'm asking is what's your best recollection? And so you don't have any recollection? In other words,
I'd have to sit here and think about it. And
okay. Well, I'll tell you what. It's okay for you to say this is my best recollection, and it will, and that is all you will be held to. In other words, I won't later be able to say this is different than the written principles, and therefore you screwed up or something.
I don't remember,
Okay.
but I was there and participated in putting them together.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at what we will mark as King 10. This is an email from Louis Ostrover to, among others, you, dated November 11, 1999.
Yes.
And do you recall receiving this email?
Like I said, I receive a lot of articles, so I don't recall this particular one.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Ostrover was referring to when he says in the little message at the very top, this is the point of CSS anyway?
No, I'd have to read it.
Okay, take a peek then, please. Okay.
I don't know what you mean by this one. This is the point of CSS anyway. I can't, I don't know.
Okay.
I do believe I know what that the self-righteous have inherited the earth means.
You know that, but you don't know the rest of the sentence?
No, I don't know what he's trying to say there.
Okay. I'm really not asking you to speculate as to what any part of the message means, only whether you know.
No.
Okay. Okay. So you're going to take a look at King 11. which is
Okay.
a memorandum dated, well, with a stamp on it of September 30, 1998. That
What-
says
what-
received. If you look on the right,
May
underneath-
7th, 1996.
Sorry? Where's that?
Motion Picture Association of America. Am I looking at the same document you are?
Let's see.
No, we're looking at a different document. You gave us something else.
Oh. Sorry.
It's all right. We're all getting tired. Want these back?
Yeah, let's see.
You guys want the door open? It's getting much cooler outside than
Sure. Thank you very much.
Um,
Appreciate it.
So should we tag this?
Yeah, here. Yeah, that should be King 11.
Oh,
I'll just mark it.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a stamp on it, received September 30, 1998, Marsha King.
Yes.
Okay, do you recollect receiving this document? It's a fax to Warren from Molly Kellogg, the anti-piracy president or vice president in Hong Kong.
Yes.
Okay, it's discussing the pirate DVD discs of Air Force One and Con Air.
Yes.
Do you know what the source of those pirated discs was?
You know what? I'm going to have to close those doors again.
Too much noise.
Um, to the best of my recollection, you asked the source?
Mm-hmm.
To the best of my recollection, it was a laser disc.
Okay, and the fifth bullet point down, it talks about the two most probable replication locations. What is that? What is a replication location?
Well, replication means duplication of optical discs. I assume she's talking about they found two possible places where they would replicate a pirated disc.
Okay, do you have the WAMO analysis? Well, first of all, what is WAMO? W-A-M-O.
WAMO is Warner, it stands for Warner Advanced Media Operations.
Okay. And do you have their analysis of the disc?
Seems facts not in evidence.
I don't know if I do or not.
Okay.
I don't remember
Do you know if,
getting it.
okay. I would call for production of that, or if we've gotten it, identification of it. I don't recall having seen it, but given the tens of thousands of documents, that's not surprising. Okay, if you continue into the document, now this is how it was produced to us. It looks to me that this is the second document.
You mean they were stapled together when they were produced to you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to actually make the point that they don't appear to me.
No, I think
To be
they're
the
separate
same,
documents,
yeah.
but we could maintain them in the...
It looks like they're separate
Yeah.
documents.
I think they came from your files, and maybe when the copies were sent to us, they were stapled together.
By accident.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
they shouldn't be in the same. Something's messed up.
Okay. Did you receive this memorandum from William Murray?
I did receive it because that's my handwriting on the right.
Okay. Do you recall having gotten it? what these revenue figures are that are referred to in this memorandum?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
This isn't responsive. This looks like a mistake to any of the discovery requests.
Well, I think that's right. But as long as he's asked you a foundational question, why don't you go ahead and answer it? And I don't think he's arguing to the contrary.
Okay.
No, I'm actually trying to find out.
I think this is a mistake.
Okay.
They produce statistics for the member companies, which are done, blindly, or
Okay.
you can't break them out.
Do these statistics include losses, or is it just revenues?
And it's just revenues. From the best of my knowledge, it's just revenues.
Okay. That was...
No, I agree. I don't know why it's here. It looks to me like it was somehow inadvertently attached to the document in front of it, and it's just an error in production.
Yeah, it looks like an error.
Does the MPAA produce statistics on losses?
Not that I know they've sent out, I know I've seen general statements of the MPAA that show, the MPAA loses X amount each year due to piracy.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never seen statistics on that.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What does it mean that anti-copying protection must be located on the content software?
And note that it's taken out of context. But if the witness has an understanding of the phraseology you just used...
Would you say that? Could you repeat the question?
Question, let me ask you this. What does it mean that anti-copying protection must be located on the content software?
I think, to the best of my knowledge, what that means is that the content owner can decide whether they want to protect their content or not, that it's in their discretion.
Okay. Let me show you another document. We'll call it King 12. This is a memorandum from someone named Arthur. And it's W18426 through 18428.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall getting this memo?
Yes.
Okay, what is it about?
Can I review it, please?
Sure. You know what? Don't bother. I'm not going to ask you about it. I'm not going to mark it either.
Oh,
I'll mark another one instead.
okay.
said. That's going to be King 12.
July.
Yeah, maybe both.
Pardon me. You know, this is later, a little bit now. Excuse me. But here's how it relates to you. Here's also how it relates to you. But actually,
Except for the spelling. Okay?
Is there a pending question? I've lost track.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, that explains why I can't remember it.
Yeah. It's not that you've lost your mind.
Well, that could also be true, though.
You want me to read this carefully?
No,
Or what do
I just want to ask you if you recall getting it.
No, I don't.
Do you recall attending a meeting
No.
on June 18, the DVD Anti-Piracy Working Group?
No.
Can you tell me who those people listed? This would be on MPAA page 11561.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes?
Yeah, do you know who those people are?
I know some of them are.
Yeah.
I knew some.
Huh? Yes. Spelled differently. Are these Warner's people? Are these all employees of the plaintiffs? Is this part of a larger group?
Well, I don't know who Dom Della Verde is, but all the other people are either Warner people or MPAA people.
Okay, how about the non-participants, the right-hand column?
Greg Thagard is a Warner employee and Bill Baker is an MPAA employee.
Do you know what the DVD forum is?
Yes, I do.
What is a DVD forum?
DVD Forum is an association, a voluntary association of manufacturers, computer manufacturers, software manufacturers from around the world that are interested in promoting the DVD technology.
Okay, does the DVD forum own any rights in the DVD technology?
The DVD Forum owns rights in the DVD books, I think. I think they own the rights in the DVD specification books.
Do they license the rights in the specification?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So is this an industry-wide group that owns rights in the DVD format?
Ambiguous.
I'm trying to find out what it is. Sorry about this.
The DVD Forum is really big. I think it has, like hundreds of members. And what it is it gets together once a year and discusses future DVD technology. It holds conferences. It has a steering committee that has technical groups that help to propose specifications for the next standards, whether they be DVD navigation or DVD audio, or that's what it is.
Okay. Do you know if Dan Swanson of Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher?
Am I supposed to be looking somewhere?
Yeah, look on the second page, 11562.
Okay.
Incidentally, Counsel, when you asked her if she remembered attending the meeting, there's no suggestion in this document that she was one of the participants. I realized looking at it since you asked that question. Were you suggesting that there was a reference to her in the document?
No, I was asking if she remembered attending it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, where it says next steps, Greg Geckner will contact Dan Swanson of Gitz and Dunn Crutcher.
Yes.
Do you know if that was done?
No.
Okay. And then it says, counsel currently used for antitrust advice regarding the DVD copy protection project. Do you know whose counsel?
Counsel for the MPAA?
Counsel for the MPAA?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And my question is as opposed to the DVD CCA.
MPAA.
Okay. Mark this as King number 13, which is a memo from Fritz Attaway dated October 16, 1998. And this is where we are, a view from the 20,000 foot level.
Yes.
Doubtless a reference to his upcoming trip to Everest. Do you recall receiving this memorandum?
I don't recall specifically receiving it, but I probably did.
Okay, if you look on the second page, it says regionalization.
Yes.
It says there are numerous reports of circumvention of the regional coding restrictions on DVDs.
Yes.
Do you know what he's referring to?
The date on this, October 16th, 1998. You know, there has been on and off problems with jimmying with players to make them play other regions' discs. And so I assume that's what he's referring to here.
Okay, are those problems ongoing?
Yes.
Okay, is the MPA, is Warner's doing anything to stop that?
Warner's is doing lots of things to try to stop it.
What are they doing to stop it?
We constantly talk to the hardware companies. We bring it up in the DVD steering committee. We contemplate legal action. We do lots of things.
Has Warner's taken any legal action?
Not to date.
How long has this problem been known?
Well, it's come and gone, but it started out early on in DVD. It was fixed for a while. And it's still a problem.
Okay. Has it been a problem continuously since late October 1998?
Ambiguous.
You can answer.
To a greater or lesser extent, depending upon, I guess, the focus on it. And I mean, sometimes we get some really bad news, and then sometimes it goes away, and sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. I guess my question is, has it gone away
No.
since October of 1998?
No.
Okay.
But we're still taking actions.
Okay, and the actions are?
Well, besides contemplating taking legal action and
Okay.
talking to the manufacturers, we're now looking at a new way of encoding Region 1 so that it's not easily circumvented or gotten around, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
So that you can't easily switch it to be a multi-regional player.
Okay. How?
And this is encoding disks rather than modifying the players, which has been, although the hardware companies say they continually try to upgrade it, it's still a problem.
Is this problem primarily with respect to Region 1 discs being played in players from other regions?
Yes.
Is it a concern the other way? That is, discs from... Okay.
No.
It's almost entirely...
Yes, because our movies open here.
Okay.
They open in the United States.
Okay. Is the problem of evasion of regionalization increasing? And let's say over the last 6 months.
Well, it's increasing it. Let me answer that in a two-step
Okay.
situation. We see this as partially a technological problem, partially a legal problem, partially a real business problem.
Mm-hmm.
When all the product is available, for example, in Region 2, which is Europe, when all the studios are releasing product day and date, we believe, and we've seen as that happens, it tends to be less of an issue. Okay, if the product is available in that region, why do they need to bring it in from another region? Because they get the benefits of all the languages, the European languages, etc. And when they take the American disc, they only get it in English. Sometimes in French, sometimes in Spanish, but for a long time from us, only in English. So that's a business issue. You know, we want everybody to be everywhere. And we have been probably one of the most aggressive studios in terms of getting everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Number two is dealing with the robustness in the players and the ability to change. In computers, you can, for a certain amount of times, pick a region and then modify it.
Mm-hmm.
And the third thing is, if we want to bring parallel import type of litigation, we need to analyze it and see if we want to do it.
Okay. And that's been under consideration for 3 or 4 years? Is that correct?
All of these factors have been looked at, but depending upon how serious the situation is, we're trying to find a technological solution that will take it away without going into expensive litigation and other types of.
Is it the case now that more than 50% of the players sold outside the United States, the regionalization coding on those players can be disabled?
I've never heard that statistic.
Okay. Do you know if that's the case?
No.
Okay. Has the DVD CCA or any predecessor entity ever taken a action against players that permit the disabling of region control?
Would you read back the question, please?
Question, has a DVD, CCA, or any predecessor entity ever taken action against players that permit the disabling of region control?
Ambiguous Lax Foundation.
Cancer.
What do you mean by action?
Any kind of action, from a letter to a lawsuit.
I know that they've contacted hardware manufacturers about what they think are weak implementations, and the hardware manufacturers have responded to it.
Okay. Have they contacted them in person or by letter or telephone?
Lax Foundation.
How do you know this?
I know this because in the first instances, I know that Sony had a weak implementation and they reconfigured their machines.
Mm-hmm.
I also know this because I'm a member of the DVD steering committee, and the manufacturers talk to me about these problems.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And have they done this in every case? They being the DVD CCA or any predecessor organization?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if the same fault in a DVD player that permits the disabling of region coding also permits the disabling of macrovision?
Assumes facts, not evidence.
You can answer.
I don't know, and I don't think so.
Okay, have you ever heard of macrovision being disabled on a DVD player?
No, I haven't.
What is the DVD steering committee?
It's members of the DVD forum that get together on a quarterly basis to discuss everything from new formats to press and publicity.
Okay, does it have anything to do with the DVD CCA?
No.
Does it have anything to do with region coding?
I think region coding region coding is part of the specifications of the DVD format. At least that there has to be a spot for regional coding. I don't know the exact specification, and that was adopted by the predecessor to the DVD steering committee, which was the DVD consortium.
Do you know if the DVD forum license for the DVD format, if in the specifications there's a requirement of region coding, or just a requirement that there be a space for region coding if whoever is making the disc wants to apply?
There's a requirement within the specifications that gives the content owners the ability to put on regional coding and requires the playback devices to respect it. Something to that effect.
Okay.
About 5 minutes, Council.
How are we doing? Off the record. How are we doing? How are you feeling?
I'm exhausted. I don't know.
Who cares about you, Scott?
I do.
That's
I care about
still off the record. Yeah.
I'm getting tired.
You're getting tired. Okay.
I'm a high energy person, but I'm getting tired.
Oh, come on.
I'm a very
When
high
was the
energy
last time
person.
you had this much fun in one time?
Oh, that one's easy.
Okay. I'll tell you what, why don't you give me 3 minutes or 2 minutes, and I'll see what I can do about wrapping this up.
Well, okay. It's 8:25 now.
Time is 8:29 p.m. I'm going off the record.
Okay, 8:29.
He's got bar time. It's actually 8:20.
The time is 8:32 p.m.
Okay. Let me ask you one last. I'll show you one last document here.
14.
Yeah, King 14.
Thanks. I'm just going to ask you, look at the first page of this. Is this something that you received? It's a facsimile massage.
I know that I received this massage because it's my handwriting.
Because it's sorry?
That's my handwriting.
Okay. Do you know who Stuart Rabinowitz is?
I do.
Who is he?
Stuart Rabinowitz, at this time, was a partner at Paul Weiss, who was advising us on DVD matters, and he is now a senior advisor to Time Warner. He's since retired from Paul Weiss, and he's a senior advisor to Time Warner.
And what was he advising Time Warner about?
It's just subject
matter, not advice. The subject matter.
Oh.
The areas of advice as opposed to the specific advice.
Oh, he advised us on, first of all, and primarily why we got him involved was he's an antitrust lawyer, and there were all these meetings of...
Don't tell me content, just tell me subject.
Exactly. Antitrust is sufficient.
That's
Antitrust.
There were meetings that involved antitrust issues, and you talked to him about...
Yes, and he attended some of those.
And he said no.
Right.
He said always.
And when do you know when you first brought him in? Was he someone who was in from the beginning, or is he?
He came in very early in our relationship with Toshiba and Warner's relationship with Toshiba and the development of DVD.
Would that be early 90s? And any vague stab at a date?
93, 94.
Okay. And was Dan Swanson the fellow who sort of replaced him when he...
No. Dan Swanson is counsel to the MPAA. Stuart
Okay.
Rabinowitz was counsel to Warner Brothers.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, very good. Okay, subject to all the usual claims that this deposition isn't over and that you never gave us a chance to take the proper deposition, and your inevitable response that this deposition is completely over. Thank you very much, Ms. Kate, and you can make that response if you want to.
I think you've done it beautifully.
Thank you very much.